Welcome back. So, a couple things to cover really quick. Here is Deutsch, and you notice he's without his bear. See, our final retirement for our character is that his bear abandoned him out of rage and anger for being left alone forever. And so Deutsch will spend the next several years climbing hand over fist through the storm peaks to make his way to the Snowdrift Plains, where he'll meet with the Earthen. And as he meets with the Earthen, he'll be like, "Hey! Join the Alliance or die!" And he will be killed, of course. And then the Earthen formally join the Horde. So that is how Deutsch's character will end up retiring of our four characters. Definitely the most horrible ending of all the characters. Thank you, Deutsch, for the wonderful ideas. But for now, the time has come. The moment is at hand to continue on with the Cataclysm. So, there is no way in hell we're going to finish this zone today. I just want to make that fundamentally clear. Like, it's actually impossible. I also want everyone to just wave goodbye to the sexy suit. Behold the sexy suit. It's going away. Well, yeah, the Alliance tried to conquer them, Zoan. What do you think they're going to do? Oh, I know what that outfit is.
Shall we get down to business?
Let's see. No. There it is. Yes. Actually, I already have her new suit built and ready to go. So we just need a few. I think it's that one. Yes. God. Oh, I already did that one, so I need that. Yes. See, what would be the best weapon to go with that one? We already used that one of the others. We'll go with that thing. There we go. Just so you know how it looks, because this is probably the best way to showcase how it looks. This is now the normal suit. It's not perfect, but we're not 100, and I don't have access to get everything. So there's what it looks like. Behold, as they say. Alright. So having done that now, you know, I feel like the best possible thing we could do for the Horde would be to go and conquer Vashj'ir in the name of the Horde. I mean, I think that's a logical conclusion, don't you guys? Am I the only one who likes the plated skirt concept? Is that literally just me? Oh well. So it turns out, when the Cataclysm happened, a few changes happened to the terrain. I don't know if you're aware of that, given, you know, the fact that we've seen the massive changes to the terrain. However, one of those changes was this massive island came smashing up from the bottom of the sea. In fact, I'll show that off for you later. I'm going to shut up for this. Okay, so let's talk about the reality of Vashj'ir really quick, okay? Vashj'ir is probably my second favorite zone, if not tied for my second favorite zone in the entire game. I mean that sincerely. It's awesome. I love it. There is two things to be said about it. One, people would not stop complaining about it. Actually, no one's. Actually, I said that that's not true. It's held by the Alliance in the modern era. So shush, guys. So Vashj'ir was hated. Everyone absolutely despised Vashj'ir because I have no idea why. I mean, I've heard some people give non-screeching answers, but most people are just like, they actually not just were originally going to do more with the Abyssal Maw, which I'll talk about much later, but they were going to do a little bit more with this kind of stuff in general, and they never will because people hated it. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say is that Vashj'ir is a little bit of a problematic zone. Vashj'ir has more phase changes in it, more layers than any other zone in the entire game. They use it extensively. You know why? Because Vashj'ir is the closest to that I've ever seen to a single-player RPG of World of Warcraft. And I mean that sincerely. The whole quest chain that goes throughout the entirety of what is effectively 3 zones is very, very... It feels like something that would be in a single-player RPG. It feels like something that's like a particular arc and story and just it's cohesive. It's well done. And there's a lot of great lore and story and blah blah blah. Here's the catch: because of that excessive phasing, it's kind of buggy. In fact, it's really buggy. I'm literally just crossing my fingers that none of the cutscenes bug for you guys. Because if they do, in some cases, I can't actually do anything about them. In some cases, I will literally have to just go forward and tell you what was supposed to happen rather than show you. So fingers crossed, guys, for as few bugs as we can while we go through Vashj'ir. I literally did a test run last night, partially for other reasons, and had a bug literally in the first cutscene. So, fingers crossed.
Strength and
Loktar,
honor.
sister, you arrived just in
Go
time.
forth to victory.
Listen up, Blood Elf. A new landmass has emerged off of the coast of the Eastern Kingdoms, and we are engaged in critical battle for control over the island. Victory there will leave Stormwind completely defenseless. That's actually not true, but it would be a huge boon to the Horde at war effort. Now is the time to strike. Report to the docks at once for transport to battle. Every warship is engaged. You'll be boarding a mercenary vessel, commissioned by Garrosh himself. Another little quick anecdote. So, they've been fighting over this island basically since the war started. And no one has actually won. To give you an idea of why this would be such a boon to the disgusting Horde, the island, well, you can't quite tell, but it's right about here-ish, which is pretty much right off the shore of Stormwind. In fact, you can literally see Stormwind from it and vice versa. It would be an incredible forward attack point to go after Stormwind and cut off the head of the beast, so to speak. Yeah. So, here's hoping that we will not screw things up with the cutscenes.
Strength.
Run, 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 run. Okay. First layer change, proper. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
Here, warrior, eat this. Your reflexes will quicken, and your stamina will increase.
Ha! I don't need your crutches, friend. I've faced the best that Stormwind has to offer, and still I stand.
My axe has split as many Alliance skulls as yours, brother. Maybe more. Hellscream will settle for nothing short of total victory. Should we fail, he'll chase us into the afterlife to take his retribution.
There is wisdom in your words, brother. I'll take that food of yours.
Aye, as will I.
Remember Nazgûl?
Enough jawing. There's our ride.
Same voice actor, by the way.
That ship's been commissioned by Hellscream himself. You're all under strict orders. No harassing her crew.
So this, if for those of you who don't remember, this is Nazgrim, the Legionnaire, who was just a lieutenant or a
Step
sergeant
aboard,
at the time,
friends. Carefully now.
who was up in the Grizzly Hills in
Here you
Northrend.
go, all aboard. That's right. And please, pay no attention to the diversity of our crew. Rest assured, they'll deliver you safely to your destination. That being the fresh piece of land just off the coast of the Eastern Kingdoms. All right then, make ready everyone. Here we go.
They're a primarily human crew, by the way, if you're wondering what that's all about.
This ship reeks of human.
Eh. Lol, virtues. Yeah, most of this stuff from now on is going to have a lot of voice acting, which is awesome. Pandaria is going to crank it up even more, and then the Warlords is going to crank it up even more than that. And supposedly in Legion we're going to have even more voice acting, which, by the way, I'm hugely in favor of.
Ahoy!
Hey, it's Bud! Anyone remember Bud?
I'm sailing!
Oh, don't pay Bud no never mind. Poor feller's got a few screws missing.
Ooh, shiny.
Hey!
Bud! No!
I'll have to explain that later. So, that's Stormwind. See that lighthouse? That lighthouse is right off the coast of Stormwind. Just to give you an idea of where we are. Yeah, agreed, Stukov. So I'll explain who Bud is in a minute. So there's the island, by the way.
Hear my words, brothers. We sail to a virgin island. A gift from Azeroth to the Horde. Securing this land will win us our war. The enemy has fought well for alliance, but they grow weary. We shall crush what remains of them and lay claim to this land. From its shores we shall conquer Stormwind, and with it, any hope the enemy clings to. Azeroth will be reforged under a single banner. This banner!
For the Horde! We're still sailing, by the way. Almost there. There's the island. Alright, fingers crossed, guys.
Captain, shipwreck off the starboard bow.
What is the
There
meaning
appear
of-
to be survivors.
Oh, they'd never take Ironforge. Are you kidding me?
We have a battle to win.
What the?
Stand your ground, brothers. Make it bleed.
Alright. Bad signs already. Because there should be tentacles attacking the ship right now. The fact that there aren't is a bad sign. Okay, there's a tentacle. That's okay, so we've got one tentacle attacking the ship. That's good, that's good. Oh crap! It grabbed us! Alright, come on. Show the cutscene. Please. This exact cutscene bugged for me just yesterday, and I'm hoping it's not a consistent bug. No, it's a consistent bug. Okay, so, anybody who's ever done this before knows this is not what's supposed to happen. So, yeah. I'm gonna look this up. See if there's a way to trick this into working. By the way, the name of this quest is Call of Duty. Yes, I know how to continue the quest. I keep not answering you on purpose, Zoan. I'm sure you can guess why. So, a lot of people are talking about this bug that I've just had. However, I know how to advance the quest. I don't care about advancing the quest. I want to show what happens. Crap. Apparently this has been bugged ever since that one Warlords patch, which also bugged a few other cutscenes. Great! So there's no way I can show this. Well, that sucks. Well, regardless. No, abandoning Hearthing redoing isn't going to fix. That would explain why it's consistently bugging in the same way for so many people. It's okay, we're not doing Vashj'ir on the Horde anyways. As you can see, our Alliance character is already properly geared for Vashj'ir, because I spent some time setting him up. It'll make sense, trust me. So, now we're doing the heroic stuff on the Horde. We're doing the desperate stuff on the Alliance.
Well met.
All the warships are off fighting the Horde. You have to take a mercenary ship.
Be careful.
Citizen, as you may have heard, the Horde's attacking just offshore. The fighting has been fierce and relentless. We need every able body out there repelling the enemy. Report to the northernmost dock and prepare the transport. Oh! Our official warships are a bit late on their scheduled return. Don't worry, though. We've commissioned a mercenary vessel to hurry in the meantime. Now go, Death Knight. Stormwind needs you.
For the Alliance.
We've rushed to the end of the dock so we don't miss any of the cutscenes.
I stopped by the Park District on my way here. There's nothing left of it.
I was here when the dragon attacked. He could have destroyed the entire city if he willed it. We were powerless to stop him.
What drove him off then?
No idea. It made no sense. He flew in, torched the park, then just flew off. If you ask me, the beast is insane.
I think I can just make it out from here, right on the edge of the horizon.
Make out what, exactly?
The new island just surfaced after the last earthquakes. It's what we're fighting for. On this front, at least.
Have you been there?
This will be my third time now. Toughest fighting I've seen. We lose that island to the Horde, and Stormwind's as good as gone. And they know it.
That's enough, soldier. Now get your minds right. We'll be killing orcs within the hour.
Yeah, I think I can see it too.
Listen up! Our transport should be here momentarily. Fall in! Move out!
Fun fact.
Come aboard now. Step right up.
I'll tell you about it in a minute.
Captain Samir's navigating this here ship non-stop to that there ocean over yonder, where we'll commence to assisting the Alliance in their little skirmish with them Horde fellers. Easy money! Commissions to be dispersed evenly among any and all survivors. Ahoy! I'm sailing! Oh, don't pay Bud no never mind. Poor feller's got a few screws missing.
Out on a boat! Way far away from the dock! Into the wind, with the sky and everything! Ooh, shiny!
Oh, Bud. Now what'd you go and do that for?
Fall in, men! That island on the horizon is our destination. It's where we will do our duty. For our king, for Stormwind, and for her people. Every orc you slay today will bring honor to them, and to every soldier who has come before you. Hellscream has sent his best to take this island. We shall see to it that none return home! Today, Hellscream shall learn the lesson that Thrall failed to teach him. Stormwind shall never fall! Now, make ready, for soon we'll be ashore.
And now, broken cutscene. Where's all the fighting? Where's all the fleets?
Captain, shipwreck off the starboard bow. There appear to be survivors.
It's fine, Nicholas. It's not much. I'll go ahead and tell you what you're missing, because you're about to start missing it. It'll be broken. I almost guarantee it.
What the?
So, these giant tentacles come out and start attacking the ship as this Kraken just appears out of nowhere. Dragging people off the ship. Some people start attacking the tentacles. Some of the tentacles start attacking the people. Big tentacle shows up. Grabs us. What'll happen in just a moment here. There we go. Drags us below the depths and starts drowning us. We start, as we're being pulled below the waters, we see in the distance, just barely visible, some kind of massive Kraken creature. And as we sink down below the depths, drowning to death, basically, a Naga shows up and is prepared to capture us and to enslave us, to be part of their forces. And then a broken Draenei shows up, a shaman, kills the Naga, and then casts this spell on us to reclaim us. And then we wake up where we're about to swim to. Welcome to Vashj'ir. So you might wonder a couple of things. Why don't I just go ahead and start talking here? First of all, Captain Taylor, this is his first appearance in WoW. We will, of course, see him again in Pandaria, and then we'll see him very briefly in Warlords. He's basically the Alliance regular guy, the equivalent that they added to be the equivalent of Nazgrim, the Horde version of that character. The Horde version of that character, in general, Nazgrim, I should point out, is another character who we saw in Wrath, We actually saw him in Grizzly Hills, as I was pointing out earlier, and he was one of the few orcs there who was loyal, and this is funny because his character arc started all the way back then. He was loyal even though he disagreed with the leadership policies, but he was still willing to do his job. And then he... that's weird. Then he was found here. He was the general, excuse me, the captain, in charge of the ship, which had basically the same general circumstance happening to us here. And then, I don't care enough, Shmanov. And then he became the general of the Horde forces, just like Taylor became an admiral of the Alliance forces, and the two were in direct competition and actually fought each other many times in Pandaria. So, and then we see Nazgrim's story ends in Pandaria, whereas Taylor's ends in Warlords. So, yeah. This is the broken drown I mentioned earlier, a member of the Earthen Ring. So you might wonder why there were basically no soldiers, no fleets, no actual signs of this great, incredible battle that was supposed to be happening when we got here. If you're wondering that, then, well, I got nothing else for you. The giant Kraken attack probably gives away what happened to the fleets that were attacking here. The battle between the Horde and the Alliance will never actually happen here, on camera, because it was truncated by the approach of that Kraken, but we'll get more to that in the future. The other thing I want to explain is one of the reasons I love Vashj'ir. This zone is all atmosphere. The overall presentation of this zone is you start off like, we're going to go fight for the Alliance / Horde. And then we lose the ship. And then we almost lose our lives. We are barely rescued. We gain the ability to function underwater. That's going to be the very next quest we do. And then it's like, all right, we're going to, well, okay, this is fine. This is okay. We'll gather up our resources. We'll do this. And then we lose it. Okay, so now we're on the run. But then we'll go to this place and we'll gather up resources and then we'll try and fight back. And then we lose again. Basically, you remember how I was talking about how much I wish we would lose more often in MMOs? Vashj'ir is the zone where we lose. Now, we do end up finally bringing it into a Pyrrhic victory by the end, but we actually lose pretty much consistently throughout the course of Vashj'ir, and I like that. And I love the wonderful, dreadful, constant, oppressive, oh god, we're just barely hanging on to survival atmosphere of the entire zone. So, we'll see how many of the other cutscenes bug. But this is why I have taken off all of my armor. I am wearing grays right now with no stats. Because I am going to try, fingers crossed, to replicate at least some of that atmosphere. So here's another thing. Some of you, obviously, we're not going to be able to showcase this because we're level 84. And I'm not sure I would want to showcase this anyways. But for those of you who didn't ever do this back in the day, when Cataclysm came out, people went to Cataclysm and got their butts kicked. Because the first zones, Hyjal and Vashj'ir both, had surprisingly powerful high-level mobs. Even characters who were raid geared were like pretty much just keeping even with the regular quests, the overworld trash. If you weren't raid geared, if you were on an alt, usually those first few quests were just, oh god, and so that said, so we were so relatively weaker compared to the mobs around here that added to the atmosphere of Vashj'ir and Hyjal both. In Hyjal, now once you do those first few quests and get those gear upgrades, that went away fairly quickly. But that's the point. In Hyjal, you're fighting a war, and Vashj'ir, you're losing a war. And in both cases, that initial feeling of being completely overwhelmed was something that really added to the enjoyment of both zones, in my opinion. The region is one of the epicenters of the cataclysm that threatens your world. If we manage to survive, we must try to discover its cause. This is not exactly the battle you had anticipated, I'll wager, but a battle nonetheless, as you shall soon see. Welcome to the briny cutter, Death Knight. I am Erunok, last surviving passenger of this once proud vessel. I'm afraid your travails have only just begun. The Naga have been attacking her relentlessly. You're not equipped to be of much help down here, but I can remedy that. Just outside this ship live a special breed of starfish. Bring me them along with a conch shell. I can prepare an enchantment that should increase your chances of survival. Oh, by the way, before you ask, this bubble of air here is being maintained by shamanistic magic. Just, to share. So as you can see, this is an underwater zone. I'll kind of showcase that more in the future. But yeah, this whole zone is underwater the zone. I want to point something out really quick. If I can find it. It should be right over... Yeah, it should be right over there. Where is it? I'm probably looking right at it. Oh, there it is. You see that? That's the Horde vessel that they end up in. Alliance vessel, Horde vessel. This is actually kind of a unique zone in that it's kind of the same as the South Barrens, but not the same. So South Barrens was one story split amongst the two sides of the zone, right? That's not what this is. However, this is a both things happen kind of a zone. In other words, to explain what I mean by that a little bit better, both the Horde and the Alliance side of events in Vashj'ir happen. Obviously, there's some bleed over, but in lore, both the Horde and the Alliance player characters end up through being assaulted and all the other things that happen throughout the course of this zone. We both end up shipwrecked here, is what I'm trying to say. And we kind of, sort of, not really work together towards the end. Yeah, I know, me too, Alien. In fact, well, see, my first character that I went out here was heavily raid geared. Like, heroic 25 Lich King raid gear, right? And I wasn't having too much of an issue with it. Then I went here in my Hunter, who was in, like, quest greens, who never did even dungeons in Wrath. So she was in, like, item level 180-ish. For a little bit of perspective, item level 200 was the old Wrath heroic item level average. So I went into Hyjal with my Hunter, started fighting the first mob, and died. Now, that was my fault, because I wasn't expecting it. I'm just like, alright, whatever. Why is he not... completely demolished. I had to start being really, really careful with those first few quests. And yeah, as Taqueta points out, this needs to be said because some of the, Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2's things actually completely contradicted each other in terms of lore and canon. It's good to see you're still alive. Do you have the items I require? Here you are, Death Knight. With this you should find the maneuvering of the sea to be nearly effortless. And you have a spell that will be permanently cast once you do this quest in this zone called Sea Legs, which gives you water breathing and basically lets you move at full speed. A little faster than full speed, actually, when you're underwater. If it wasn't for this quest, if it wasn't for this buff, Vashj'ir would be completely intolerable. You are now able to move about this realm more freely without fear of drowning. This is where our work really begins. First, you have to save as many allies as you can who are drowning as we speak. As I saved you, you must save them. I have the enchanted shell you brought me. Use it to rescue your friends. Hurry now! Oh, crap. While I was talking, they were drowning. So, this is what Sea Legs does. You see, we are moving much faster. This is basically epic mount speed. Underwater. And, of course, we have the awesome animation. I love the moonwalk animation. I do. I'm sorry. I don't care. I love it. Alright, let's save some people. I got you. What you're seeing is basically what he did to us with the bubble that I mentioned earlier. Someone's vacuuming, by the way. I'm sorry. And yeah, as Rauda points out, see, this is why I liked it. This is why, hey, War Widow, I was totally okay with the sudden jump in difficulty. Because it was almost immediately offset. Like, you get there and it's like, oh, God, everything hurts! But then, very shortly thereafter, the gear you got from the quests was a huge upgrade. And that upgrade basically brought your relative power level up to the point where you were no longer getting crushed at every point. By the time you finished Hyjal or Vashj'ir, you were fully ready for the future zones. But that initial "ooh" was actually something I really liked, believe it or not. Like I said, it added to the atmosphere of the war in Hyjal, and, as we'll be going through Vashj'ir, the atmosphere of this zone as well. I also have to admit, part of the reason I love Vashj'ir so much is because something about being trapped miles underwater is... I don't have a word for what that means to me. I've actually had lengthy nightmares about that concept. About, like, being in a bubble of air miles below the surface of the water. And just knowing that there's nothing I can do. You know, if I break out and try to swim for the surface, there's no way I'll make it in time. And there's just water on all sides, and we're down below the depths, and it's dark, and it's quiet. Something about that just really, really gives me that atmosphere of dread that very few other things do. While you were away, I was able to revive some of our fallen soldiers. We'll need every hand if we're to survive here. You have done well, Worgen, but there is much to do and I grow weary. I've expended a great deal of energy sending a distress message to the Elden Ring leadership, pleading for their help. I must rest if I am to be of further use here. Speak to the leader of the men you've saved. Do what you can to help prepare them for battle. The Naga are scouring the waters for us. It is but a matter of time before they return and will surely come in even greater force. By the way, if you're paying attention, we've already been through 4 layers. Just already. Which is what I meant about the massive amounts of phasing in this zone. Trust me, there's even more after this.
What can I do for you?
Hey, it's Captain Taylor. I hear you, Worgen. Oh, I understand your urgency, but these men are in no condition to fight.
Go with honor, friend.
Ugh. This is a good man, Worgen. That dead man right there. We'd served together through many battles. These beasts have a debt to pay. So many good men have been lost today. Without you, that number would be even higher. You have our gratitude. If the shaman says it's true, then there is no time to spare. The Naga are scouring the waters looking for survivors. We are not ready to fight. We must buy us time and make preparations. Find the Naga that hunt us. Delay their efforts.
Be careful.
I'll need your help if I'm to get these men ready for battle. Any decent leader knows his men travel and fight on their stomachs. No food, no victory. These soldiers are weak from their recent ordeal. They need sustenance if they're going to put up any kind of a fight when the need arises. Speaking of which, I've seen several crabs out on the seafloor.
For the Alliance.
Let's do it then. I actually have heard about that War Widow, yes. Not too bad. He actually hurt us. You missed it, Psychotic. We already explained it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is Vashj'ir right here. I'm level 84, by the way. Of course, I'm wearing nothing, but still. Oh, right. So I was going to talk about the Deathwing thing. So for those of you not aware, Deathwing went and attacked Stormwind. He did actually attack it. He actually went out of his way to destroy the... he went out of his way to destroy the park. And if you're asking for a reason, then you're asking the wrong person, because Deathwing doesn't do a lot of things for reason's sake. It could be argued, rather logically actually, that he would have been better served to destroy Stormwind while he was there, since he had the ability to do it. But that's not really the way Deathwing thinks, because Deathwing doesn't really think, as we pointed out earlier. Deathwing is just kind of reacting at this point in history. The only person who's actually guiding any of these events is N'Zoth. Admittedly, we are still a little too high level for this to even be as significant as this should be. But this is as close as we're going to get to the overall feeling. I love the music in Vashj'ir too. And I love the visuals. So much of this is brand new art that they added for this, just for this zone. Damn it. I need to stop doing that. I have a friend of mine who has bad depth perception, which is one of the few legitimate complaints I've heard about Vashj'ir. Because if you have bad depth perception, it is a little hard to see where you're going and what you're doing at times. Because, you know, fully 3D plane. Your guess is as good as mine, Meter Madeira. What I'm trying to say about the destruction of the park is we don't know. We don't actually have a reason why he did it. We also don't have a reason why he didn't finish the job. The only reason the game ever actually gives is because he was insane. Not crazy. Insane. Notice how the crabs hurt a lot more than the Naga. I find that amusing. Maybe Deathwing was like, wait a minute, didn't these guys just declare war on each other? You know what, screw them, let them kill each other. It is also possible that Unzoth was trying to sow more chaos, for lack of a better term, and knew that simply destroying Stormwind wouldn't sow as much chaos as sending his minions here, to Vashj'ir. Since his minions being sent here not only leads to all the events we see as we go through Vashj'ir, but also leads to the there they are. Well, everything that happened prior to this, which also would have, if well, did. We'll get to it. There's other stuff that happened past tense from now that was relevant in Vashj'ir. Oh, jeez. Okay, I think I'll go ahead and finally heal. I'm trying not to heal just to emphasize how this zone used to feel. If you can't tell, I'm pretty low on health right now. Let's fix that a little bit. There we go. Alright. So, a bit of a fun story for you guys. You know how occasionally I forget I'm on the Alliance? Well, these mobs that are for this quest here are actually kind of spread out over this area for both the Horde ship and the Alliance ship. Obviously, I suppose, so that both sides... Oh, jeez. That was actually kind of close. Can do the quest, right? Well, I kind of roamed that away, and I noticed that's the Horde ship over there. So I kind of roamed that away for a bit. And I was like, alright, time to go back into the ship. And I pop into the Horde ship and die instantly. Whoops. Because I was on my Alliance. Anyways.
Need help?
Let's hope your efforts prove enough of a diversion.
Light bless you.
Were you able to find anything for my men and I to eat? This should help relieve our exhaustion. Again, we thank you. As we struggled not to drown, my men and I were forced to abandon our weapons and armor. Erenok says to expect a major attack from the Nagas soon, and I'm inclined to believe him. If we're going to stand a chance, we'll need your help recovering our lost armaments. They should be lying on the seafloor. Hurry, we're defenseless here.
For the Alliance.
You've done us a great service. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The men you've saved today aren't your everyday Stormwind troops. We belong to a special detachment of elite soldiers sent here not only to contend with the Horde, but to investigate the massive geological disturbances originating from the seafloor. I tell you this because our top secret equipment is on the bottom of the wrecked ships. That gear must be retrieved.
Be careful.
What do you mean, Jujus? By the way, as you can see, quite a few ships have been sunk in this area. Not recently, too. In fact, there's 4 in visual range. Excuse me, 6 in visual range right here. We've got a little bit of player competition going for us today. And by for us, I mean against us. See you around, Dakota. Damn it. Oh, gotcha, GG's. Hello, Charlord. Frickin' scavengers, hit me! Now. They do have submarines, Darch. In fact, we'll be riding one later. That's a good question. It would probably do a pretty decent amount of damage, possibly even break open his armor plates. And then he would destroy anything nearby because, well, you've seen what happens when his armor plates break open. By the way, doing these quests as a clothy with, like, no gear when Kata first went live was an interesting challenge. In fact, it got to the point where I probably could have proceeded, but I was like, alright, can someone come help me do these quests, please? Is anyone else not done, you know, Hyjal or Vashj'ir yet? And ended up shacking up with someone on my mage and my priest in order to be able to actually do these quests at all. No, he's referring to the gun in Ashara. The gun of doom. We'll just call it the sister ray, because that's practically what it is. You know, I kind of feel bad for keeping my other Worgen friend down here. I'm just going to pretend he was also given the ability to breathe underwater. Because otherwise, keeping a pet out underwater would be kind of cruel, don't you think? Wait a minute, that was an eel! Eels are among the creepiest of Azeroth's creatures. Sure, there are those who pretend that they don't mind them, and others actually claim to favor them. They are lying. Truth be told, no one likes eels. Eels don't even like eels. Azeroth would be a better place if no one even had to envision an eel slithering out from the murky depths and biting them in the face. Well, let's see. My quest objectives for this quest are to kill 8 disgusting eels, which are just to justifyingly slay 8 disgusting eels. Well, let's get to it then. Yes, by the way, for those of you not aware, that quest was given to us by us. We are tasking ourselves with wiping out eels. You know, I don't know, Darch. Especially, maybe it's because it's a warlock spell. Yeah. Although it should be a shaman spell too, so hell, I don't know. Death to the eels. Death to the eels! Ah, I hate eels, apparently. Let's see, is that all the eels in the region? Looks like it is. Well, from now on, we're only leveling 2 characters. We're done with all the other ones. So if that makes you feel any better. Right, what do I still need? A helmet, some helmets, several shields. Jeez. Don't be silly, Ilian. As the quest dialogue clearly told you, anyone who claims to like eels is lying. That's easy, little Billy, because flu. Seriously, though, it's a class balance thing. That's the only reason. Oh, eels! Eels. I hate eels. Come here. Ah, come here. Frickin' eels. Also, I actually really like unagi sushi, so... I shouldn't say really like, but I like it on occasion. Depends on my mood. I should dismiss this guy. He's actually kind of distracting. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Well, whatever. We're now a human. Get back to our roots here. By the way, you know how I met... So, okay. Anybody who has a problem with depths, look away for a second. No, I have not, Charlord. So, you know how I mentioned that whole fear of and dread of the depths kind of thing? Well, you can actually look out over the ocean in several of these areas. And it gets more and more faint the further out you go. Until it gets to the point where you can't even see... I'm not going to go all the way out there, but it gets to the point where you can't even see the ocean floor. The idea of swimming and not being able to see what's beneath you is just another one of those kind of terrifying concepts. And I'm not even 100% sure why. Maybe it is just a thing for me and a couple of my friends. There were a few zones in here that a friend of mine had to basically kind of be like... to go through, because it was just... You know what I love best about this, though? I can actually demonstrate this rather easily. You see all of this massive... Yeah, I have actually a little bit. You see all this terrain here? I mean, look at all this. There's trees and kelp and ships and mobs and NPCs. Look at all of this here. Look at all of it. There is so much stuff here. And now it's all gone. This is probably one of my favorite visual tricks of Vashj'ir. The moment you go above the water, it looks like there's nothing there at all. And I love that because that's so true to life. That is so accurate. If you're just looking at the surface of the ocean, you have no idea. If I were, I'm not going to do it, but if I were to go out throughout this entire massive zone, it's technically one zone, but it's effectively 3 zones in terms of sheer scale and scope. You would just see empty water. And all you see is that one little island right there. That's all there is, just this one island. There's nothing else here. The moment you dip back below the waves, you get to see all that's actually beneath that. And it's like, oh my god, there's so much stuff here. I'm sorry, I hate to repeat myself on that, but it's just something I think is really, really cool. And they did really, really well when it comes to Vashj'ir. I'm going to be gushing about Vashj'ir a bit. Sorry, guys. I am kind of with Darker in the fact that they're breaking their old content and not going back to fix it is kind of like, really? And you can't tell me they don't know about it. I mean, it's probably not a priority for them, for God's sakes, they know about it. Go fix it. If I was, in all sincerity, you know how I've been talking about, you know, the problems with adding new, yes, clubbing, excuse me. You know how I've talked about the problems of adding new content development teams? You know what wouldn't be a problem? Adding a bug-fixing team. Adding a team whose only purpose is to go back and polish up older stuff. That is something they could legitimately do. Because it would basically take a team, or at least a small team, of people dedicated to doing that, but they could do that, and it'd be awesome. And fix stuff, you know? This is not the first time a quest has been bugged by a future patch. In fact, this is more like the 500 trillionth time that's happened. So we killed all the eels. You can add this to the list of things you can tell your grandchildren that you've done for them. I killed eels. I gotta be honest, this gray gear idea is working out pretty well. You might wonder why I don't have the chest piece that's plate. Because I couldn't find one. I spent a while looking for it and I failed, so... The end. Alright.
King's honor, friend.
Have you recovered our gear? Well done. Thanks to you, my men will be ready to confront the enemy when they attack.
Go with honor, friend. Light be with you.
Were you able to secure our equipment? Everything seems to be in working order. We're as ready as we'll ever be. No sense waiting around for the Naga to find us. I'll address the men, then we'll meet the enemy on their own terms, and let fate decide the outcome.
Light bless you.
Captain, the Naga! They followed Xylon back to the ship! You will serve the lady. Well, we've been discovered. Hurry, Xylon, there's little time.
Greetings.
No time to address the troops now. Just as well, they know what needs to be done. This is it. This is where we make our stand. We defend the ship, and make these cretins think twice about approaching it again. May our blades strike fear in their hearts. To battle, men! So this is it. Now, well, I'll shut up. I'll shut up. This quest has bugged in the past. Asterisk. Oh, whoop, they're over here, apparently. Sorry. I'm used to the horde. Brace yourselves, men! I'm coming! Oh, jeez. Okay, so... I am actually in serious threat of dying here if I'm not too careful, so I'm going to be a little more cautious than I have been. Stay alert! Don't let them drag you away! If you pay attention during the quest, they do periodically grab a soldier and just drag him away into the distance. They're here to capture slaves. I'll go ahead and just give that away now. So they just got someone. Don't give up. Fight for the Alliance. Ah! Oh god, their numbers are endless. The men, they're all taken. Go, save yourself. He tells the Earthen Ring gentleman to just flee, which he does, and then we are taken. Oh, what a fine specimen you are. My lady will be most grateful for my efforts. Holy crap! I guess we actually take falling damage from that. Don't question it. You can actually die from that. So, thankfully, even though he ran off to save himself, it turns out he ran off to get some help to save us. Once again, I love this. In almost like any other quest up until this point in time, you would have a hold the line quest, and they would talk about how desperate and you know the situation is and how we're barely gonna live, and then you'd beat them, and then it'd be like, oh, it's amazing you beat them. Not here. Not in Vashj'ir. No, it's a desperate last-ditch effort to hold the line, and we lose. In case you missed that, we just lost that battle. All of the Alliance soldiers got captured, including Taylor himself, and we got dragged away, just like everyone else did, to become another slave. The only reason we got saved is because, thankfully, Mr. Aronach actually happened to come back with 2 additional shamans to save us. This is why I love Vashj'ir in a nutshell. The Earthen Ring has received my distress message and sent help. Just in time, it would seem. Hopefully more can be sent soon. We are few against a great many.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Greetings, friend. It is good to see you survived the battle in one piece. While Aeronach tries to place a scry of safety for us, I will assist you in securing a less strenuous means of transport. I have prepared this bait stick to use near a sea turtle. It is crude, but should serve to bring one under your control.
Ancestors watch over you.
Okay, we're going to start moving around with an undersea turtle. I'm okay with that. Let's see, there's a turtle right there. Hey, you. Oh, yeah. We have the best mount ever now. Oh, hang on. There's a quest over here. Let's go get that. Yeah, we'll go back to town first. Oh, God, shark! Hey, it's Adara. She managed to find some air bubbles and is surviving. Please, Worgen, you have to help me. I've barely managed to survive with the Naga and the sharks and the monster. I can see a cave that might be safe, but I don't dare try to make it until I know there's air inside. Could you go make sure it's okay? Yeah, but I'm kind of busy right now, so I'll get back to you. Once again, this is just the whole atmosphere of Vashj'ir. This is just going to keep repeating. And then you lose. Oh, you accomplished something. No, it failed. Oh, you did something better. And now it's worse than it was before. That is pretty much Vashj'ir in a nutshell. This wonderful, dreadful atmosphere. This is like the closest that WoW has ever come to Silent Hill 2. Yes, she literally is Darch Monster.
What brings you here?
How unfortunate. Well, all things considered, it's good to see you made it back unharmed. If you're going to be making it anywhere, we need to get you a reliable mount. I think I've come up with a better plan than the sea turtle. Not too far. Tie off a lure at the rope just west of us, and then mount the seahorse. Be warned, you will need to break the beast.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Well, let's try this then. Are we just putting out a fish there to be a lure for a seahorse? Is that... Aha! Gotcha! Oh, God. No! Oh, God. Don't look down, guys. Don't look down. So you gotta break in the seahorse. Anybody who's played Twilight Princess has actually done this before. Don't worry, we'll deal with that shark later, Darch. What the hell is that thing? I'm sure it won't be relevant ever. I should stop doing that. God, I love the visuals of this place. Is that just me? Am I the only one who absolutely adores the way Vashj'ir looks? Genuine question. They just put so much effort into this zone. It's just weird. Oh yeah, so I wasn't going to demonstrate this, but if you just swim down, you just die. Just die.
How may I aid you?
Amazing, you look exhausted. She must have really made you work for it. Life should be a lot easier now that you have this mount.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
As it happens, I actually already have this mount, but... Go ahead and just pull that sucker out here. Temporarily put it there. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Ilian. So we are now moving at epic mount speed. Epic mount flying speed, actually. This is the other thing I think they did that was a really good move on their part. We are literally flying around at epic mount speed underwater. And it helps because this zone is huge, but they can make it so huge because of the fact that we have this increased movement speed. So it kind of works like that, right? In fact, the only way to go faster than this with a mount is if you have the Ultra Master Riding Speed, which is exactly 20% faster than this. Otherwise, this is pretty damn fast. So let's check out this cave for Adara. Oh, I forgot to talk about Bud. Don't worry, we'll see him again in the future. We'll talk about Bud. Well, looks like there's air in here. There's also a whole different network of flight paths that are only the seahorses to each other, just for the Vashj'ir area. You can't actually go from a seahorse to a griffin, though. Sorry, guys. There we go. Come inside, Worgen. I must repay your kindness. Okay, go. Get your air, woman. Sheesh. Yep. There we go. So you may or may not recognize this woman. Adara, Bud, and the gentleman whose name I can't think of have been grouped together since BC. They were part of the stuff that was happening in Zulaman, and Bud was actually captured by the trolls of the Amani to be sacrificed. He's actually never been the same again. He has basically been not right in the head ever since that encounter. How strange that someone would be driven insane by being a captive of the trolls, am I right? Anyways, we saw him again in the Grizzly Hills, where he thought he was a troll as a result of his encounter, and he was just... Ah! Remember that quest? That led us to our good friend, the only good troll in the universe, whose name I suddenly can't think of. Oh shoot, what was his name? Drakuru, that was his name. This is the third time now we're meeting Bud. Don't worry, we'll see him again in the future as well. But yeah, the idea is that when Bud was like, ooh, shiny, he actually dropped off and swam down here. In fact, we'll be seeing him again in the future. And Adara and the other gentleman whose name I can't remember will all be present here as well. And in the future zone, we'll be seeing them in.
Good day to you.
I cannot thank you enough. I just hope this whole nightmare has a happy ending. Nope. Oldham happens after this, so... Hey, I just got a bunch of titles. I am now the Defender of a Shattered World. Or Dragon Slayer, Blackwing's Bane. What should I be here? Destroyer's End, Savior of Azeroth. What's a cool title to use? Avenger of Hyjal, maybe? Except we're not doing Hyjal in this character. Now that you've brought me to safety, I'm afraid I must impose your kindness in a bit further. Captain of our ship, Samir, that's his name. Samir is still out there. Mac, too. I'm sure they made it to the seafloor, but beyond that, I can't see what made of them. I simply couldn't get by in a place like this without their help. I lost sight of them in a clump of kelp west of where you found me. Please hurry.
Safe travels.
Yeah, exactly, Darsh. But yes, Bud and Aldera are also in Oldham. In the future from now. Savior of Azeroth, huh? Sure, we'll do that one. The Death Knight Savior of Azeroth. What's this? This crate, labeled crab meat, seems to have fallen from a recently sunken cargo ship. Adara would surely welcome such a find, considering the ordeal she's had to endure. This is true. See if we can find anyone else around here. Aha! He also found, Captain Samir found another thing of sonic bubbles. I need to find a place soon. Old Mac's not doing well. I like how Mac actually has low health to indicate that he's dying. That's a nice touch. Head of the cave. Go. Run, you morons. I haven't found Bud, though. Where's Bud? It doesn't matter.
How are you?
Where would we be without you, Worgen? I don't even want to imagine.
See you later.
You'd be drowning to death. What have you got there? Oh, what a surprise. If anyone ever calls your character into question, be sure to send them my way. I'll tell them, anyone who'll listen in my moment of need, you gave me a case of crabs.
Have a good one.
Let's just get it out in the open. I'm no stranger to love. Over the years, if there's one thing I've learned, it's that love's tangible treasures last longer than the flames of passion. I've managed to collect my fair share of these gifts. Gemstones, rings, necklaces, and I carry them with me wherever I go. Or at least I used to. When I was swept away from the ship, my valuables were scattered across the sea. Help me recover them, and I promise to make it worth your trouble.
See you around.
It could be days before we're ready to make our way to the surface, and to be honest, I'm already getting hungry. I hate to be picky, but when it comes to seafood, I'm afraid there's only a few things I can stomach. If you come across anything lobster type, I'll happily pay you in what coin I have for their tails.
See you later.
Can I help you?
Mac's still out of it. He's literally just lying on the ground there. And I fear we may lose him if we can't get this fire started. With the wood being soaked, we'll need something special to get it going. There's an abandoned camp nearby with a barrel of explosives in it. There's no way I could recover it on my own. Do you mind hauling it back to us? For Mac?
See you later.
Sure. I gave her a case of crabs. Hi, Liberated. Let's see what we can't find. I'm just kind of tilting my head at the fact that there's this underwater, you know. It's even leaking air. I mean, I know why it's there, but it's just what? Yeah, that was interesting timing, Zavon. Okay, yeah, by the way, when I said there was like 6 ships here, I meant there was a crap ton. This is the rest of the fleet over here. I love this, by the way. This is just brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. So the Horde and the Alliance both commit like tons and tons of forces to this battle, and then it's mostly a naval battle because, you know, sea, island, etc. And then all those ships get sunk by the Kraken and the Naga. I just mentioned this. Some people have actually argued, some lore hounds have actually argued that the main reason the war didn't get really, really bad until Pandaria was because of this incident right here. Because this was such a devastating loss to, oh, fine, Zoan. Because this was just such a devastating loss to both the Horde and the Alliance that they could not endure it. Nah. As soon as I see him, I'll do it for you, Zoan. Tell you what, how's that sound? Here's a question for you. This is a genuine question because I don't have an answer for you. Do you think this sudden upheaval of this land up to the point where the island actually broke the surface over there, do you think this was something that was done deliberately by anything, or simply another of the many byproducts of the cataclysm? Because this entire situation is kind of, it feels engineered, but at the same time it just kind of makes me tilt my head, you know? I'd say you'd think they'd call it out if it was done deliberately, but then I have to remind myself of the fact that they cut content here, so maybe they did specifically call it out, I don't know. Yeah, it's a little too convenient. No, I don't think Neptulon would have done this. I think this would have specifically been Unzoth, or the forces of the Naga under command of Unzoth. Especially since, you see where we are right here? Well, based on the map we saw, Unzoth is somewhere around here. So, yeah. I'd show the map off again, but then Jay would make fun of me. It is also worth noting that this is all part of an overall plan to invade the elemental plane of water and conquer it in the name of Unzoth, because the elemental plane of water has, for whatever reason, not sworn fealty to Unzoth, probably because the elements are not actually loyal to the old gods, as we've already discussed. So, yeah. Ragnaros and Alakir were bartered for, but Neptulon and Therazane told the, yeah, no kidding, Zoan, told the others to go screw themselves. See you around, Ilian. Have a good one. Time is it? I got some time left. They probably retroactively fixed the old map. But yeah, as the one points out, Tol Barad is a screwed up place, like a really, really screwed up place, with lots of people who are completely crazed and evil and psychotic and just, yeah, really, really messed up, and have been for years. Now, we all kind of just assumed it was because they were keeping demons locked up in the prison, but the fact that Unzoth is within close proximity probably has something to do with that. Just as a guess. Forgive me for not having as much to talk about here. I'm kind of just soaking it in. I really do love playing through this zone. I've been looking forward to this for a while. Also, props to Hylisk for giving me the idea of wandering through this zone effectively naked. AKA in my gray and white gear. Yeah, it's funny because if you think about it, Zoan, if that is if we're right and that's the cause of all those issues, Kul Taras might be completely an old god territory at this point in time, especially given how much Unzoth was. Oh, excuse me. Oh, expanding his influence during Kata.
What can I do for you?
Can you get explosives from the camp? Yeah, sure, I got explosives. Let's see if this does the trick. Stand back!
Have a good one.
Yay, fire. So we've got fire, air, and food. And jewelry. Hello. Well, were you able to recover my valuables? Oh, you found them! I was sure they were lost forever. Thank you, Xylam. I hope this is ample payment.
Safe travels.
No, I enjoyed that too. In fact, I did tons of Tol Barad PvPing. It's one of the few PvP zones I really enjoyed. I felt like it was a way better implemented Winterspring, personally. And I had a lot of fun going through Tol Barad. But, yeah. Oh, please tell me you were able to find some food for me. Oh, wow, that's the biggest, juiciest tail I've ever seen.
See you around.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's snakes. Any kind of snakes, doesn't matter. When I was searching for salvage, I saw a nest of them hanging around the nearby wreckage. I can't relax knowing those awful creatures could slither up here at any moment. Please, do something about them.
Have a good one.
Also notice she just has a treasure chest of treasure by her side now, because... yeah.
You need something?
Oh crap,
Safe
I forgot
travels.
to use the treasure map. Oh well.
What can I do for you?
I'm a feeling, you ask? Well, after being yanked from the deck of my own ship by a giant sea monster and then left to drown in the sea, not so good. My nerves are getting the best of me, to be honest. If you could round out some of the supplies around here, I could likely whip something up. That would take the edge off.
See you around.
Okay. Not sure that's the best idea, but I'm with it.
Hello.
So let's see what this treasure map is that I found. It's unclear what manner of creature scrawled the seemingly random markings on this piece of parchment, but upon closer inspection, some of the obscure landmarks, shapes begin to look like landmarks. Scanning the sea floor, you think you recognize a few points of reference, one being a nearby sunken ship. of the 50. If your guess is correct, there's probably some treasure near the wreck. You cannot help but wonder what the scaly serpentine figure on the map might represent. Bud! So it looks... So you were wondering why this little camp exists. It's because Bud made it! So, Bud jumped overboard, as we already mentioned, and he found himself some of that scuba gear, and he's just been down here doing his thing.
Hey there.
So I've been thinking, if someone's out of their mind guano crazy, do they know it? Case in point, I could have swore I collected a barrel of gunpowder from the cannonballs around here, but it's nowhere to be found. I distinctly remember lifting the cannonballs from the Gilblins. Maybe they're right. Maybe I really have lost it.
Have a good one.
He says, underwater, at his underwater excavation camp, where he's gathering gunpowder. Anyways. Then a car alarm goes off. I was going to say, honestly, Darch, we're going through a lot of crap here to avoid being Naga slaves. Then again, these are the Naga we're talking about. They're pretty terrible taskmasters, so it probably is still, you know, better. So there's the giant Doom Beast. I will go ahead and go after that in just a moment. But gunpowder? I mean, it's underwater. We kind of stretch physics a little bit in this section of the game, but, I mean, we're underwater. If you're asking what I mean by stretching physics, let's just say that pressure probably doesn't work the same in Azeroth. Either that or magic. Take your pick. I always wanted to tame one of these as a hunter. Oh, crap, I need to pay attention on this fight. Crap, I have to actually do something! No! Okay. We're okay. Yeah, no kidding. Trust me, we haven't even gone as far down as we will be, King Bubble. We're only like, what, a few hundred feet below the surface of the ocean here? So, now that we've got that key, let's find that chest. There you are. Hello, my pretty chest. Slightly encrusted lock might still be functional. You've discovered lost treasure. Your mind reels at the thought of what might be hidden in the depths of the sea. It's a shield. I'm a Death Knight. Death Knights can't have shields, so. Aww. I think that qualifies as a smile. Let's go get some gunpowder. Gilblins, where are the Gilblins? So if we were to, like, go down here, would that be okay, King Bubble? Into this depth? Would that be acceptable? Going so far down that it's getting difficult to actually see the surface, because it's getting darker. I just want to stress we're about to carry around 50 cannonballs. 50 cannonballs. In our back pocket, or whatever, while underwater. So, that's the thing. No, as we discussed the last time we saw the Gilblins, they're pretty dumb. The lack of Khajiit has pretty much confirmed that they are dumb. Which is funny, because the Chronicles book confirms that too. And we already suspected that from the Goblin Starter Zone. The idea that if a goblin goes too long without Kashmite, they just kind of degenerate intellectually. Of course, Thriller. When you have a magic spell cast on you, yeah. And you're in this zone. Yes, I do, King Global. Which is funny, because we will literally die in-game if we go down there. Hey, Jemke. We've already talked about quite a few of it, but I welcome you to join us for the rest of it. The odds of us finishing Vashj'ir today, by the way, are very low, so I'm not even trying to rush. Especially since I kind of want to enjoy the zone, because it's my tied for second favorite zone of the game. By the way, to make that clear, Ice Crown is my favorite zone in the game. Storm Peaks and Vashj'ir are tied for my second favorite zone in the game. Just to get it out there. Vashj'ir also has one of my favorite types of quests in it. The other side quests. If you don't know what I mean by that, we've actually had a few of those. In other words, most of the time, we see things from one perspective. You know, the perspective of the good guys, our player characters and whatnot, and the people we're working for. Very rarely do we get to see things from the side of the other people, you know, the neutral factions or the enemy factions. We will be seeing an extensive quest chain of awesome that will be amazing. That shows us the other side of what it's like to be a Naga. In fact, it's actually really cool, Kimbo. Probably the most, how do I put this? The most, of the evidence, I guess I should say, that I've ever had that Naga could be made a playable race comes from this zone. Because of the way they interact with each other, because of the way they talk amongst and work amongst each other. It just kind of implies the society we never get to see, because we're always fighting the Naga who are like, and then I will destroy the world, you know, so. There we go. I forget the mechanics of one, but there's a new mechanic I kind of want to use, like make an entire deck around. And I honestly can't remember what it is, but it was something I saw in one of the previous. Hey, bud!
How are you?
You want nothing to do with me, Worgen. I'm a touch screwy. Oh, my gunpowder! You found it! I'm not crazy after all! So the name of this quest is... Donna. Donna. So seeing you's been so kind to me, I'm inclined to let you in on a special secret. I've found the biggest shiny of all. No more than 50 steps from where we're standing. Only thing that stands between you, me, and great fortune is the name Nas. And don't fret now, I got a plan. Nas loves his grub, so I've loaded one with gunpowder to make it look like a trap, see? Just let it float up, and once the shark is dead, we're rich!
See you later.
Donna, Donna, Donna. Hi, Achu. Or Achku. What's up? I don't remember right now is the one. I have to admit, I'm a little bit of a sucker for references. Sorry, guys. Amazing. You watch as the great white beast swims up. Oh, God! It's just still exploding. He's shedding. I don't know what he's shedding. I don't want to think about it. Oh, those are his teeth. You watch the great white beast swim off into the depths and begin to wonder if anything could ever take him down. That is one tough shark. You determine that it is in everyone's best interest to try and distract Bud and hope his attention never returns to Nas and the skeletal reef. Perhaps enough of the teeth will prove captivating enough. Teeth. I need teeth. In fairness, the trap worked, so I mean, maybe we're the crazy ones. Yeah, I do too, mind blast. We were ranting about the bugs earlier. I also have to admit, I kind of like how this mount looks. I wouldn't mind having this like as an aerial mount. I know that's totally impossible. It just looks cool. What do you want from me? I still don't have the rare drop one, by the way. The rare drop seahorse you get down here.
Hello.
What do you got there, pal? What? Nas isn't dead? This kind of takes the quick out of my get-rich-quick scheme. Them shark teeth are nice and all, but we can't stop until that shiny is ours! Old Nas had heels, he'd be on him right now. Fortunately for you, I think like a shark. Nas is mad as all get out, and we're going to use that to our advantage. Here, I found this chain while treasure hunting. Use it to tie off that harpoon gun. When Nas see you, he'll be consumed with rage, and that's when we strike. You try to finish him off, and I'll sneak in there and grab the shiny. Hurry, before he grows them teeth back.
Safe travels.
Sure. I don't think I can. Liquid detail, maybe? I don't know, King Bubble. I gotta be honest, I didn't even notice it until you pointed it out. Alright, let's do this. I am now the bait. I am Nas bait. Come on, Nas. There he is! He's got no teeth now, as you can see. But he's got some teeth. Oh god, he's got me! He's got me! Oh god, oh god. Oh god, he's got me. There we go. Fire! 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 If that harpoon doesn't kill him, then holy crap. Seriously. Did we get him? Oh, we got him. We're fine. We're safe. Forever. It only took, like, everything in the world to kill him. I've had that happen to me too, Permeus. And now Bud is a skeleton.
Good day to you.
This really ain't as all bad as it looks. Oh, by the way, the name of that quest was dun 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 dun. Because we did it. Nas is down and I have our shiny. That's the good news. Darn shiny's cursed treasure. It makes everyone who touches it a skeleton. That's bad news. These cursed pirates say the Gilblin King has the secret to removing the hex. That's good news. I can't step outside of the reef or I'll be cursed forever. That's bad news.
See you around.
Some people have a different amount of motion sickness and issues like that, so it's not that out of bounds. There it is. What's it got in its pockets, precious? And you're dead. Completely indistinguishable from an ordinary, everyday hammer. Okay.
What can I do for you?
So, you're gonna remove this curse or what? Well, I got a hammer. This is it? How's this gonna remove the... Wait a minute. This is no magic solution to my curse. It's just a hammer. I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. There's no way I'm gonna use this to break my shiny. Not after all I've gone through to get it. But that means I'm stuck down here for eternity. I just learned to sail, you know? Oh, I can't decide. Here. You take the hammer and I'll just set down the shiny and look the other way.
See you later.
Sorry, bud. It's time for it to go. Bam!
How are you?
Oh, it might have been.
Have a good one.
Farewell, friend. Good hunting! See you around, bud. We'll meet again in Oldham. Yeah, by the way, the submarine scene is the most buggiest scene in the known universe. Seriously, I'm actually doubt we'll get a proper cutscene for that one.
Hey there.
Were you able to grab some supplies? I trust we both know what's been going on inside these crates. That's right. Fermentation! Here you are, my personal recipe. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. A musty, somewhat hollow taste with a hint of fish. Ew.
See you later.
I'd say Bud, Torch Monster.
Hey there.
That's a load off my mind. Thank you again, Death Knight.
Safe travels.
You're welcome. What's this? There's a bottle here. The note in this bottle is soaked through, but still legible. In it, the author claims to have escaped from some sort of undersea Naga prison. He is clearly in fear of his life, and you can't help but wonder it might be one of your recently abducted shipmates. At a loss to how to locate the escapee, you determine to share it with Aeronok. Anybody ever heard of the alignment lawful neutral? That would be Bud. He would be the lawful neutral alignment leader. Or that would be his alignment as a leader, basically, is what I'm trying to say. If he still lives, I may be able to locate this poor soul. Yes, I believe I've located the author of your note, friend. I don't even know what that is, the one, which means no. It would seem he is in desperate need of attention if he is to survive. I shall attune one of my scrying orbs that you can see it for yourself. No, lawful neutral. Bud would be part of the shiny faction. Alright, what are we looking at here? Whoa, whoa. Let's see. Naga ruins. Or Naga buildings, I should say. Those are fresh buildings. There's a cave over here. Hello? What's in here? It's Captain Taylor, I think. We better go run after him. Yes, you've missed everything, War Widow. Quick! Quick! We must make haste, as you can surely see his time is not long. I'm going. I'll save you. Possibly Taylor. I'm not actually sure. That Gilblin is casting a spell on me called Secret Shiny. Oh god, there's a lot of dead fish there. Ew, ew. Alright. It's totally Taylor. Yeah! Aw. I saw an orc there for a second.
Well met.
A organ? Here? I must be mad!
Be careful.
I've arrived, Xylom. Does he yet live? And I love this. They start casting heals on him. And they summon a fire elemental to keep the place warm. I love the utility of the shamans in Cataclysm. It's like they actually are like, wait a minute. We have shamans. Why don't we actually make them have use? Rather than just running around killing enemies. And I love that, because they do that all over the place in Cata. They do it here. They do it in Deepholm. They do it in Twilight Highlands. It's awesome. So yeah, we're keeping him warm with the fire elemental. I love it. Sorry, so moving on. This soldier was near death, but I fear we do not have time to wait his full recovery. We need the information. He has information we desperately need to know. Be patient with him, but keep him talking until we've learned all we can. With luck, we might discover what we're up against.
Light be with you.
Our soldiers, they're all captives now. Who are you, friend? Theoretically, yes, King Bubble. In fact, we have actually seen a mage use a water elemental to do laundry. That's a thing we've actually seen happen. Private Reginald Pollard, 13th Brigade, Stormwind Infantry, sir. Damn right you call me sir. Look at me, can't you tell I'm a high-ranking Alliance member? How'd you get down here? We had them in our sights, the Horde ships. And then out of nowhere, tentacles reached up and broke it right in two. Broke the ship right in two. The survivors. We were captured by Naga as soon as we hit the water. That was a week ago. What can you tell me about your captors? Strange. Never thought the Naga would go out of their way to keep us alive. They create these pearly bubbles, one per man, so we could breathe. Every day they send off a bunch of prisoners off. Somewhere. I never see them again. How'd you escape, Pollard? And another soldier somehow got free and broke a bunch of our pearls. Freed us. Some swam towards the surface. Some saw this cave. Swam for it. I'm the only one that made it. Did you see Captain Taylor and his men? No telling. They brought new soldiers in every day, Horde and Alliance, both because the war is stupid. Some would get hauled away with the same others, like me, were kept for a week, maybe more. Listen, are there any weaknesses we can exploit? Any holes in the Naga defenses? Don't even try, Worgen. Get out of here while you can. There are too many. It's certain death.
Go with honor.
Funny you say that, Gemkey. Well, it's not encouraging, but it's something. Our time here draws to a close. I must follow the trail of these Naga captives if we are to regain our purposes. Discover their purposes in this region. But before I move on, I would see the destruction of this operation. Never mind their numbers. I have a plan that has the potential to even the odds. Outside this cave, famished great sharks displaced these Naga, seeking food. Or were displaced by the Naga, seeking food. In their weakened state, they will be susceptible to suggestion. Use this orb to subdue them and direct them against our enemy. Yes I did, Permeus. And it would kind of explain the stupidity of the human nobles. Ironically, it would be kind of equidistant to Lorerun and to Stormwind both, so it would kind of explain the stupidity of both nobility. Or they could just be human, but, yeah. Oop, oop, oop. So my goal here is to eat Naga alive. Seriously. Because they're hungry. Because they've been starved. Because the Naga are stupid. The Naga have this sort of natural, we are the superior race, therefore we don't have to care about other races, or the effects of our impact on the surrounding area, because we're superior, we do what we want. They kind of create their own enemies a lot of time, and engineer their own defeats because of that mentality. Honestly, the Naga should have won in Vashj'ir overall, and, I mean, they kind of did. But, I mean, they should have won. I mean, they should have just completely destroyed. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Naga would have actually succeeded in destroying Stormwind with the way they were set up here. If they had done it properly. Yeah, they're Night Elves. Wait. Yeah, I know my Worgen animation's great. Oh, okay, okay. What do you mean, King Bubble? Give me a comparison or an explanative. As it should be. Now the way is cleared to deal these Naga a crippling blow.
You wish to speak?
I simply cannot bear the thought of so many others like this soldier imprisoned, surrounded by Naga. There must be something done to rescue them. Try this, Xylem. Use it on the prison cells to make them buoyant. If we can get them to the surface, at least they have a chance of being rescued. Or being recaptured by the Naga, because that's more likely.
What can I do for you?
Oh, for the love of... I know our survivor friend here means well, but the lad's been severely traumatized. There's only one way to deal with these accursed beasts, and that be a fine dwarven axe buried hilt deep in the noggin. Pile up enough of their corpses and they'll think twice before feeding with your tasty bits. Mark me words, laddie, these buggers don't like the sight of their own blood any more than you and I. Now let's get out there and give them what fair.
Off with you.
King's honor, friend.
What is this? There's pain growing from within my bowels. I think they poisoned me. They fetish this strange glowing seaweed that they grow on their stronghold. Oh, please, Worgen, find me some help. Okay, sure.
Light bless you.
By the way, I am one of the 50% that cannot stand licorice, just for reference. Not really, no, King Bubble. There's no definitive mark there. And over the years, it's become more and more clear that more of them are sentient and sapient than we originally thought. Murlocs! Excuse me. Naga weapons. As you cast your vision on the Naga holding pens, you see dozens of similarly stacked tridents positioned strategically. Destroying their weapons could hamper whatever wicked designs they have in the region. But yeah, licorice will genuinely make me throw up. That's not an exaggeration. That's not an explicative or whatever. It's just, oh, smelling licorice will make me go, ugh. Probably not Zoan, but yeah, that scent, ugh. It's actually making me feel sick just thinking about it. The vegetarian argument. Screw vegetarianism, eat everything. Or, I mean, not even. This has been great, by the way. I've been nearly dying every fight. Well, almost every fight. Well, I don't know if you know this is one, but approximately 50% of people over here love licorice, and oh, they just can't get enough of it. And approximately 50% of people are just absolutely repulsed by it. And that's just the truth of it. Maybe it's something about the chemical composition, I don't know. But I am in the cannot stand it group. Like a friend of mine recently had a liqueur, I forget what it's called, that was licorice based, and just smelling it on his breath was so bad I had to leave the room because it was making me nauseous. I can't remember what it was called, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Point being, ugh. No, we're talking about licorice. You know, black licorice, as it's sometimes referred to as. Ah, crap. I just realized I'm about to die. Oh, jeez. Ah. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Shouldn't have done this. Shouldn't have done this. Ah. Okay, we did it. Holy crap, I should not have done that. Yeah, unfortunately, I am not exaggerating, Zoan. I say unfortunately because several of my friends do enjoy black licorice. Now, red licorice I love, but that is basically a completely different thing. Might as well not even be licorice, as anyone could tell you. Be free. I took it all off, or else might. I mean, it's all right there in my inventory still. Weighing me down. But yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate how this zone felt back when we first got here at 80. I once got a bit of black licorice caught in my teeth, and yeah, it was bad. Really, really bad. The memory of that might be part of why the smell still gets to me, because I distinctly remember the next hour or two after that incident. By the way, this is the kind of slavery the Naga practice. So they put you in a bubble, which will keep you alive, and then they just leave you here. Because what are you gonna do? Run away? They're faster than you underwater, and better than you underwater in every way, and they can breathe underwater, and if you leave the bubble, then you can't breathe. What are you gonna do, you know? It's a wonderfully pragmatic prison, because there's no bars, really. There don't need to be. It's Rurapenthe underwater. And I have not had Marmite, no. I know that Marmite is another one of those. Whale shark. Alright, Zoan. Just for you. So this is a whale shark. See this beauty? She's kind of cool looking, actually. So there's an achievement to kill this thing. I have done that. You might wonder why there's an achievement to kill this thing. Well, it's this big thing. It's got 1,000,000 health. Not too much, really. Looks really cool, actually. Alright. Bring it on, buddy. Alright, I got this, guys. I got this. Ugh! Okay, I got this. I'm still alive. Ugh! A little bit of a size comparison here. Except I'm in his body. I'm about the size of his eyeball. In case you missed it, he hit me for 192,676. He hits kind of hard, is what I'm trying to say. That's less than he used to hit, by the way, because of the new mechanic for making it easier to kill lower level things. And I'm 5 levels above him, and he still just obliterated me there. He used to hit in the millions. In fact, I think if I was 80, he might still hit me in the millions. Let's see if I can find my corpse in this. Oh, there's my corpse. Found it. So yeah, he just roams around and absolutely destroys things. What, being dead underwater? Yeah, I can see that. I am like the opposite on that. I have a ridiculously huge sweet tooth, so on. It's actually kind of a pain. You're confident that your assault on the Naga armaments has had an impact on their effectiveness. Yeah, sure it has. Just keep believing, buddy. Yes, the whale shark is the Kingdom Hearts of World of Warcraft. I'm down here, dude. Ah, jeez. The waters surrounding the holding pens are red with the blood of Naga. Rendell would be proud. We also got the squid staff. Hang on just a second. Squid staff looks like this. Can you guess why it's called the squid staff? I'll give you 3 hints. Aeronoc's image penetrates into your mind. You've done well, Xylon, but more remains to be done. Before moving on from this place, let us make certain we leave it in disarray. Find the one who leads these Naga. Repay him for his misdeeds. Yes, that is actually a model from BC. In fact, there was a weapon that I believe dropped in Karazhan off of Ilservain, or not Ilservain, Ilhoof. Ilhoof. Pretty sure, anyways. Alright, we've captured people, rescued people, killed people, disarmed people. See if we can find this guy. For our final quest in all of Vashj'ir. I'm kidding, of course. There he is. Hey, buddy. Hey, you're not her. Him. It. Alright, time to take out the Warden. Notice he's wearing pseudo-armor here. He's basically just got a clam as a shoulder pad, which is just kind of funny. First of all, hello, Uldrith, the Icebound. Welcome to my stream, as ever, shoutouts, and feel free to ask questions like you just did. I don't think the Naga should join the Alliance or the Horde. Now, obviously, in my ideal world, there would be a neutral faction that is not the Alliance or the Horde. But staying in reality land, where we're stuck with that, I think the Naga should be brought into the game like the Pandarans were. Initially neutral, like as you're doing some kind of instance to get away from the rest of the Nagi, you know, to escape Ashara and her machinations, and then you get the option to choose after doing so. That would also be kind of cool as part of a Cool Taras / Old God / South Seas expansion. So it'd be a good time to do that. That's just my take on it, though.
The winds guide you.
Let us hope for the safety of those released prisoners. In return for your noble efforts, accept this gift.
May the eternal sun shine.
What can I do for
Are
you?
you able to find me another seaweed? Yeah, this is the stuff. Maybe I can gradually eat less of it and avoid that side effect. Thank you, Xylem.
For the Alliance.
It is good that this operation has been undone. Soon I must move on. We will need to press deeper into Vashj'ir if we want to uncover what the Naga are doing here. Go to the Lightless Reaches, the giant chasm bordering the Kelpthar forest to the west. If you look across it, you should see a cluster of pat life surrounding an entrance to Damplight Cavern. Once you're inside the cave, it's a bit of a ride until you break surface, but I have friends there that should provide you warm welcome. Quick, hands up. Who here would play a Naga? Besides, we've already played as Naga in Warcraft 3. Oh god, it's like it's dragging me into it. No! No, I must resist. Quad-wielding daggers. That would actually kind of look cool. Favorite starting zone? Ooh, Pandaren, Wandering Isle. That's a tough one, though. Gilneas and the Goblin stuff is also really high up there, as is the Death Knight stuff.
Who you be?
Hello, man. You look more capable than most of them that come through here. Come rest a bit, make yourself at home. Can you feel how angry the elements be? They be wanting to attack us and consume us even as we arrive. We just need to calm them down. But that kind of wisdom only comes from knowing what wiling them in the first place. Come, sit with me by the fire. Let's get yourself lost in the flames. Let the spirit peer to the true thread.
Be seeing ya.
Calm yourself.
See ya later.
Let yourself get lost in the flames. Ah, yes. This breach leads to the plane of water, the realm of Neptulon, the Tide Hunter. The Naga and the Twilight Court be working together, and they be this be the focus of their efforts. Disturbing prospects. There be little we can do about it without more men. Let me know when you're ready to leave.
What you want?
We suspected the Naga, but I knew nothing of the Twilight Court beneath the waves. Somehow they's corrupting and perverting the elements, making themselves into these horrors. We're gonna have to be fighting both of these threats to stand a chance of bringing peace to Vashj'ir, and we don't have the men to do that just yet. Come, Death Knight, you got a lot to do.
Later. Hey there.
The Naga upon us. Aid us in fighting them.
Okie dokie.
Once again, very, very Vashj'ir kind of a quest. Basically, we're in this vision, and while we're in the vision, the Naga attack because they followed us here. That's the second time the Naga have followed us to someplace and attacked where we were, by the way. I think we'd learn to cover our tracks a little bit better, but then again, maybe we literally can't. Because, you know, they're Naga and we're dogs. I don't mean that as an insult, we're Oregon. There are several ways to solve the armor equipment problem with Naga. I don't think it's an insurmountable
The day
issue.
is done! You will all be slaves and corpses!
Well, okay, if you insist. I don't think the problem is insurmountable. I think we can make this happen.
Enough! Have your cave, little shaman!
Oh, God.
Hello, man.
Glad you're here, Mon. Toshi looks like he'd be wanting to chase him down. You should go help him.
Be seeing ya.
So you don't think there's such a thing as Naga who don't agree with the standard norm, Meter Mater?
What brings you here?
By the way, nice touch. This is a Tonka. I only point this out because this is one of the extremely few Tonka who ever leave Northrend. They're getting away. These are the same Naga that attacked the boats and carried away our friends. We cannot let them escape. Take these spears, run them down. Don't waste your time dismounting. Just keep after them and kill all you can.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Let's do it. Death. Dip, dip. Let's try that again. Death to the Naga. Death to the fleeing Naga. Death! Death! Screw all of you. Filthy Naga swine. For the Horde, lions. That's another thing. We don't actually know if Vash was loyal to the Naga. To Ashara, I should say. I don't know. I think I'm just going to have to disagree with you on this one, Meter Medera. For me, it's just too easy to accept the idea that there's parts of the race that we aren't seeing that have a different mentality. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why I like the idea of their starter zone being the escape from Najatar. Because the other Naga would probably have us imprisoned for not worshipping Ashara, because... duh, right?
Peace, friend.
Swift work. Very impressive. That Fathom Lord got away. I don't see him anywhere. He's most certainly the key to finding our captured friends. I will hunt him down. He will not stay hidden for long. Most of the other earthen ring that escaped the massacre on the boats have taken shelter in a cave just down the ridge. It's tucked midway, yada yada yada. Here's how you find it.
Ancestors.
I know exactly what it is. It's right there. And then there's that thing. To make it clear, that is a creature. Yes, Lady Vash is in the game, barely. If you don't understand what I mean by that as a creature, here's its head, right here, right up here. See? There's its mouth. There's what it feeds off of, down there in the red. There's its eyes. Hello. Hello, big thing. We'll get to that later. Get another flight path while we're here. Excuse me. Yeah, there we go. Of course he isn't the one.
Glory to the Horde.
Oh, a friendly face. Welcome. Very kind of you to come check on us. We're fine. A Naga scouting force did find us, but I'm pretty sure none escaped. And we should be safe for now.
Strength. Go forth.
Which is cooler? I just really like the idea of a Blood Elf Paladin. I'm probably biased because my Paladin's a Blood Elf, but yeah.
Loktar.
I imagine my first adventure into the ocean is more peaceful and enlightening. Becoming one with nature, perhaps. There's very little natural about this place. The elements all around us scream for vengeance. Predators will smell these dead Naga from a mile away. Soon we'll find ourselves fighting just to get hidden out of the cave. Care to help me clean up? Just over the ridge to the south is the Glimmerdeep Gorge. If you drag the corpses to the eastern edge over the gorge and cut them loose, the wildlife will pick them clean before they hit the sea floor. Just steer clear of the sharks.
Go with honor.
If you're heading down to the trench, I'd like to see you to check one of our novice members. His name is Sam, but he likes to embellish it a little. He doesn't really understand how members of the Earthen Ring works, but he tries hard, so we give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't get too wrapped up in helping him. Just make sure he's in one piece.
Farewell.
I like Sam, by the way.
Light. Must remember the light.
Been attacked by any of the eels along the ridges yet? If not, you will. They are vicious, bloodthirsty little monsters. They don't seem to know any of the preference in what they're biting. If you're going out into the valley, I'd appreciate if you thinned their population a bit. Not everyone here is well equipped as you. We might not come back with just scratches.
Peace for you.
Hang on, Zoan.
The winds guide you.
I'm researching snails. Yes. Snails. When you're done laughing, maybe you can help. I'm sure you've noticed the gigantic shellfish across the ridge. Well, I'm sure there's something inside it. It has several points that can only be mouths or entrances, and I've seen snails squeezing in and out. I'm thinking we might be able to use the snails to get into it ourselves. That's the theory, anyways.
Go in peace.
So the easiest way to explain that, Zoan, would be really, really simple. Let's say Malfurion died and was risen back up as an undead. Bam! Undead druid. Really easy. A little too easy, though. Druidism, as we've established, can be taught, just like arcane magic can be taught. Grab. So, the idea of a particularly dedicated Forsaken applying themselves over however much period of time it requires to actually learn the druidic arts strikes me as something that's very believable. In you go. Yes, I'm dragging corpses into the... Well, that's basically a corpse pit down there. It's just... yeah. By the way, creatures like this are surprisingly feasible in real life. Because of the total lack of activity they take and the severe amount of time it takes them to digest stuff. Yeah, they could actually store up a fairly large amount of energy in terms of body fat or whatever that could last them for enough period of time for the long periods. Because they can't really, like, eat anything, you know? Zoan, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this one, okay? Blizzard sides with you. Take that as your victory, okay? We do not have Forsaken Druids. Sadness. To me, I see nothing getting in the way of it. I shouldn't say it that way. If I was designing the setting, I would only make it difficult, not impossible. It is probably worth noting that I don't really believe in the concept of impossible in general, which probably applies to several of my concepts when it comes to fiction as well. But yeah, this kind of a creature will have difficulty feeding because it can't really go hunting. But occasionally things will roam nearby or be drawn in, and yeah, nom nom nom. Hey Nethrazim, welcome to the best zone in the game. Probably, you were probably correct, Uldreth. And I say that as an unfortunately. Not anything against you, I just think it's unfortunate that Blizzard doesn't want to do any more neutral races because... Shrug, you know? Then again, I really do think this whole artificial dichotomy at this point has gone a little bit overboard. I will also say this. If we do get the Naga Horde, Ogre thing, that's pretty much the most expected next two races to be made playable. Naga and Ogres. In fact, people have been expecting those two to be playable for years now. Yeah, I do too, Zoan. Especially given that there's 3 of them right here. This is also back when we didn't realize that there were only 4 old gods on Azeroth. And 3 now. Excuse me, 1 now. Hey, Sigma. It's someone who is having trouble pronouncing words, Zoan. It is also possible we won't get any more playable races. They might just decide that's not really worth the time investment on it and focus on other pursuits. I'd say Legion might actually be our first expansion with no equivalent new class, new race. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, Warlords didn't have a new class or new race. Warlords had all the work of a new class and a new race, even if we didn't get a new class and a new race. If you don't know what I'm talking about the complete model revamp for almost every single one of the races, which completely changed their skeletons, their meshes, and their textures, and really, really touched them up from the old versions. Whether you like them or not, that was a huge amount of work, and way more work than a single race or a class would have been. Well, maybe just a race, but still. But Legion, to my knowledge, isn't doing anything like that other than the animations revamp. Then again, if the animations revamp is literally a per-class thing, that might also qualify, so I might be wrong. Because it's me, and I'm wrong. Yes, I have tried ESO. Yes, I've played ESO. It is ESO. I really hate to agree with you on this one, Zawan, but I do agree with you on this one, Zawan. It would be a damn shame, too, since, again, we know for a fact they already have the concept work and the other long-term planning work being done on the next several expansions, so we know they don't intend for the story to end here. By the way, check it out. Cockroaches are even alive underwater. There's no getting away from them. You know the best part? If Activision pulls the plug on World of Warcraft, there's nothing any one of us can do about it. Because that's how life works. People have this weird theory that the consumers actually have power, but they don't. We have the ability to bring attention to an issue. We can't actually do anything. Two more snails. It does. It is also profitable. It is not as profitable as it used to be, and that's... I can't speak to the mindset of other corporations, but I know the mindset of corporate America, and especially video game developers very, very well. Or, excuse me, video game publishers very, very well. And that mindset is, well, we're making, X money, but we could be making X times 10's money. Therefore, this is a failed prospect. Cancel it. So, this is awesome. This is a Goblin Shaman. The best Goblin Shaman ever. You see this? This is his air balloon. He doesn't have a... Okay, let me get rid of this thing real quick. Go away. Go away. Go away. Okay, so he doesn't actually have the magic buffs that keep everyone else down here breathing. Like, including us, by the way. He doesn't have that magic spell that allows us to breathe water. So he's got this wonderful goblin contraption that is feeding them air. In fact, some people theorize this is literally what is it? A dioxide to oxygen converter. It's doing what a tree does, basically. So that when they exhale into it, it can be converted back into oxygen for them to breathe. And of course, they've got the head thing and all that. Also, this is probably our first real good shot. There's been other times to show it off, but That is a an earth totem for a goblin, which I love. This is the earth elemental. Notice the modifications made there.
GTL, friend.
I'm on
Gambling,
the
tinkering, laundry.
I'm on the bleeding edge, baby. Elemental-infused technologies, exploring the depths of Azeroth for lost knowledge and new resources. Remember the name, the Great Sambino. Hang on, what's with the hat? I don't know about you, but I can't breathe water. Yeah, but you're with the Earthen Ring. I just figured you'd have a water-breathing spell like all the rest of us, including me do. And miss out on wearing my awesome custom-made helmet? Not a chance! And that is a Goblin Shaman in a nutshell. He has access to the water-breathing spell, but he'd rather wear the helmet. I love it.
Go get him, champ.
I love it. Another fan of the Great Sambino. Come all this way for an autograph? I'm far too busy to be signing anything. Move along now.
See you around, friend.
Ah, fine, fine. You argued me into it. You can help. I'm leaking air worse than a Zeppelin stuffed with a quill bore. My air valve must have been come loose somewhere in the trench. I brought spare air balloons. Make yourself helpful and go fill one up, will you? And find my valve. I need that too. I bet the crabs snapped it on you. Pinchy, greedy little things.
Have a good one.
Go, go!
These crabs are not friendly. Not friendly. Sam's endless drilling is riling them up. I know from experience there's no stopping Sam, so why don't we look on the other side of things, okay?
Hit the road!
I don't know, Zoan. I mean, really, you are asking the wrong person on that. I have a great deal of understanding and experience with American corporate culture. And if you ask me to explain why they are the way they are, all I could say is because they're only interested in their own particular mindset, not the long-term view. In other words, a CEO of a corporation is not trying to make his corporation profitable. He's trying to make a paycheck. Make sense? So, that's just kind of how that works. So yeah, we gotta go around to all these little air pumps spots here. And, fill up the air balloon a little bit. No, don't eat me. No! I haven't done anything, so I don't know what you're talking about, Braven. I'm trying to find more air for my goblin friend. Deutsch had to go to work, I believe. You know, I was actually literally just thinking that, Darch. It's like, you know, the surface is right up there, and I have magic to allow me to just swim up there. So, you know, it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the universe to just go to the surface and be like, hey, look, air. Because, you know, whatever. Maybe it needs to be this special underwater air. I don't even know. I don't know. Is that an air source? I think it is. Yeah, apparently we're just going to rely on magic air bubbles. I'm okay with that. I like magic air bubbles. Okay, I don't. I'm lying. They're terrible. Sonic air bubbles are the bomb. In a good way. What do you mean? Oh, let me explain it for you, Zoan. It's very, very simple, okay? Have you ever played any sim game where you're in charge of a company? Just really quick. This is really easy to explain, actually. inflated do I need this thing? Jeez Louise. How much air does he need? God. Okay, so in that game you played a corporation, right? So you were trying to make the company profitable long-term by providing a service or a product or whatever. Make sense? So from your perspective, it made perfect sense to try and do things to try and make your company profitable. Okay? But that's because you were playing the company. What you have to understand is there is no such thing as the company. There are the people in the company. So the people who are actually doing the things in the company are not trying to make the company profitable. They're not trying to provide a service or a product. They're trying to make a paycheck. Now, there are exceptions to this. Let me make that clear. But the vast majority of corporate America is interested in their paycheck that they're getting at the end of the month or at the end of the week or however they happen to be paid. So they're not doing things that are considered profitable for the company. They're doing things that are profitable for themselves. There are extremes of this, of course. In fact, the term corporate pillager exists for a reason. But that's an extreme. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about everyday normal life. For example, did you know that the entire concept of... hang on, Zoan. Did you know that the entire concept of investor inflation is probably one of the biggest causes, in my opinion, of economic downturn in the world? And I mean that sincerely, by the way. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it's very simple. Let's say you are an investor, one of the people who owns a chunk of a company, and there's a stockholder, right? The way it works is, let's say you make 20 cents per unit in a year, okay? So you had a 20% profit. Awesome. If you have 20% profit the next year, well, that's terrible. That's so bad, you're probably going to sell your shares. You're probably going to bail out, and we all know how much that causes a tidal wave of doom whenever that kind of a thing happens. Because you didn't make as much money. In fact, you didn't, because of the way inflation works, and because of this flawed mindset, unless you're making more money each year, each quarter actually, you're doing badly. So companies were able to keep up with making a profit and still increasing profits to those to the shareholders and stockholders for a while. And then about 20-ish years ago, they started to cap out on how much you could do while still being a functional, profitable company. And then they started to bottom out. And it got to the point where the only way to ensure that there was increasing profits now was ensuring there was no profits tomorrow. Or I shouldn't say no profits, but less profits tomorrow. Because now is what mattered. This quarterly report is what mattered. Even if it was fake money. Even if it was cooked books, basically, that provides non-existent profit increase, right? Because now is all that anyone started caring about. There are entire groups of people's jobs who exist solely to ensure that now they're making more money than they did yesterday. You see the problems of one? So you might say, well, yeah, making more profit will be good for the company as a whole. And that is correct. How many people are in a position to, A, do anything about that, and B, to even recognize that they're not doing that? How many people think about the things I'm telling you right now? How many of them are just doing their job because it's a job to them? It might even be a career, but even if it's a career, it just means they want to make sure that they have something good on their resume. It doesn't matter if they're fired. It matters if they have a nice resume so that when they get their next job, then they could sit in and squat in and live with their day-to-day life again. You understand? No one's running the company is what I'm trying to say. Everyone's running their jobs.
Hey, how you doing?
If only the air weren't so darn floaty. Or if the water-breathing spells came with stylish helmets, either would do nicely. You know, I should have given you a weight belt so you wouldn't just float away. Hot air balloon and all. Luckily for me, you came down here with armor. Okay, I'll let you in on some real work since you're looking at me so desperately. This rock's untapped. It's probably richer than a trade prince during a Great War. I need samples, more samples, samples from everywhere. I've modified my earth totems to drill through the sand and store samples of the rock underneath. Go find a nice spot and plant one. Okay, sure.
Be careful out there.
Don't waste my time.
Is everything down here to come in jumbo size? Ooh, that's a thought. Maybe there's some kind of hunky sea goblins around here. Oh, thanks, by the way.
Careful out there.
Alright, let's get to drilling. Drill, drilling the ground. Drilling the ground. Oh, sorry guys, Oh my god, these things kind of hurt. Holy crap. Ugh, okay, we're okay. Ah, crap. I'm surprised I haven't died yet, actually, down here. Despite basically wielding no gear. I had to say that, didn't I? Alright, yeah, it's cooldown time. Yeah, it's cooldown time. Oh crap, oh crap. Oh, jeez. And we're dead. There it was! I was looking for my health cooldown. Why is it way over here? It should be right there, on that button. And yet that is the way it is, so on. I am trying really, really hard not to keep talking about this, because there's no way to do so without violating my no politics rule. But, trust me, that's how it is. We as a civilization are a raid group raiding molten core. About 5 or 10 people are dragging forward the other 30. That's all I'm going to say about that. Alright, let's try this again. I'll go ahead and put on a weapon for this one. Where is it? There it is. Where's, Oh, it worked. We did it! Yay! Apparently it went off while we were dying.
What's up?
Back to the crappy weapon. Where's my crappy weapon? Well, that's even better. But I need... Well, I don't need a two-hander. Sure, we'll wield a hatchet from now on. Okay, another sample. Brilliant! The rocky riches of the sea will soon be mine. Yeah, I'm sure Flora wants you back. That woman has no respect for innovation. When I told her about the modifications I made for my Earth Elemental, she nearly threw a fit. Go tell her everything's all fine and dandy. Tell her she's not getting a share of my inevitable fortune either. She probably likes sleeping on the rock anyway.
Keep it real.
I don't have a second weapon, so we're just going to be solo wielding. Sorry. Oh, wait. No, that's the two-hander. And that's a green, which we refuse to sully ourselves by equipping real gear. Pshaw, I say.
What do you need?
It shouldn't take you long to cleanse the water. Thank you for your help.
Strength.
Sam's in one piece, and his poor assistant. Good to hear. Hope one day he'll learn to respect the elements as more than just a tool. I don't know, he actually seemed kind of respectful. It's just, you know, he was improving them.
What?
Ugh, thank you, Death Knight. There are still many brigand predators we have to keep an eye out for. But this will give us a bit of peace of mind around the cave.
Go on, then.
Found your snails.
I've been expecting you.
I know this isn't the most desirable work, but you can really help being curious about that shell. It's immense. There has to be something more to it. Thank you. Seriously, if I had to endure another shipwrecky laughing at me, I swear I would have gored someone. I'll let you know if I come up with anything.
We shall meet again.
What can I do for you?
You met Tosh back in Damplight Cavern, didn't you? He followed some of the fleeing Naga to a set of ruins to the east and sent for help. Find him at the ruins as soon as you can. If you find anything about what the Naga want, please let us know.
Farewell.
I gotta be honest, the quests inside that thing just creep me out so much. Ugh. I really, really feel bad for the people who crafted this entire area. This must have taken absolutely forever to design. By the way, those are tentacles coming from its arms, I guess, which have some of the silt grown over it, which shows you how often this thing moves. And it's not that often. I'm pretty sure it's actually both Netherzeem, just different. Yeah.
Greetings, traveler.
These are definitely the ones that raided the boats, but I don't see any of our missing people. Where'd they take them? Well, I remember you. In the mountains. Ready for a little vengeance?
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
These are the Naga that took our people. I only need one to interrogate. Kill the rest. Show no mercy, for they surely would show us none.
Go in peace.
I have no fondness for snakes, and even less so down here. Fortunately for us, the watery elements still bend to my will, for now. Take these globes and throw them at the ground to send the nearby waters into a vortex, pulling in all the nearby serpents. The Naga will most certainly turn the snakes against us, so keep the orbs close at hand.
We shall meet again.
So you can moon... Oh! That... I'm curious how that would work out, Zawon. Or if it would work out, for that matter. Snakes! 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 Yeah, actually I think that thing is bigger than Deathwing, and yeah, that would be a hell of a sight. The cancelled raid Abyssal Maw was pretty lackluster from everything that we understand, and also included several of those things as you know, as that you were fighting within and around and that kind of a thing. Sharknado 3. Isn't there already like the devil shark or whatever is the new Sharknado? Something like that. I don't know, one of my friends just linked it to me. And by just, I mean like a week ago. But still. I think we're going to officially go ahead and put the axe back on. To speed this up a little bit. I think we've gotten the atmosphere across nicely. At this point in time, we should have started gearing ourselves up anyways. Another one of those trenches around here. Jeez. I was wondering what you were saying, Bender. Because, yeah. I gotta admit, the idea of a snake NATO is actually kind of terrifying. Imagine a bunch of angry, confused, deadly snakes just flying around in a tornado, and one of them gets loose and latches itself onto your face. Like, ah! Just whatever, the first thing it impacts, which happened to be you and your face. That would be pretty cool. I agree, Zawon.
What brings you here?
Good to have a real warrior at my side. Too often my shaman brethren can't seem to stomach the work.
Ancestors watch over...
Too often we are mistaken for druidic types. Perhaps that's true for some shaman. But do not let yourself be plagued by the ignorant belief that we are always peaceful. Nothing about what I do is harmonious. I command the elements to my will. There is nothing offered in return. I would have it no other way. So he's a Type 2 shaman, if that's not obvious. Not as bad as Type 3, but still.
Walk with the earth.
The Fathom Lord is here at the far side of the ruins, still injured from our last battle. I'll leave the pleasure to you. Make sure he doesn't get away. Suffering his first major defeat at Damplight Cavern, the Fathom Lord Zinjatar retreated to the ruins to recover. It seems he did not retreat far enough. Death to the Naga.
Ah, so you've left your hole! The lady will claim you soon enough!
What's that? He dropped a pearl. This pearl is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It radiates light, and if you're not mistaken, it's radiating powerful magic, too. The Earthmender will surely be interested in seeing this. Probably is the one.
I've been...
I'm a little surprised someone like him didn't end up joining the Twilight's Hammer. He's a perfect candidate. He's a shaman who is in deep connection with the elements, who has a rather angry and violent disposition. You know? Prime... I guess I should explain that because some of you haven't heard this. 3 types of shamans. This also kind of applies to a few other things. There's the type who commune with and are... I guess technically there's 4 types. There's the type who commune with and are in league with the elements, you know, where they form friendships and bonds of mutual interest. Then there's the type 2 shaman, like that guy, who... He basically binds the elements to his will and forces them to do his bidding, but not in a particularly abusive manner, just you will do this kind of a way. It's still not the greatest, but you get it. Then the 3rd type is the dark shaman, who twists and warps and tortures and destroys the elements to make them do things that they want. The Twilight's Hammer has a lot of dark shamans, and so does Garrosh. Anyways, the 4th type that I pulled the technically for is the shaman who is a slave to the elements, which is kind of a mutation and warped perversion of type 1 shaman.
Peace, friend.
Yes, Death Knight, have you found something? What is this? A pearl. Much more, I think. This is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you for bringing it to me. It is clear to me at this point what must be done. The Naga can only be obtaining these pearls from Runpoise. Nespira, the ancient shelled creature that rests outside of this cave. Why Nespira would submit to the Naga, however, is beyond my understanding. We can enter her cavity through a small tube near the exit to this cave. I must fetch my master, then we can meet you on the inside. We will convene in Nespira's northwestern entrance.
Walk with the earth.
Yeah, basically is the one. The vast majority of shamans we encounter tend to be of the type... I guess that's not true. It's actually, we tend to encounter Type 1A and Type 2 about in equal measures, based on both allies and enemies, respectively. Except I'm doing that in the reverse, but whatever. I gotta be careful about selling stuff. Your titles are wonderful, Bragwin. Get rid of all the seafood.
Luck to you.
Troll Shadow Hunters? The only reason I find that to be unlikely, Uldreth, is gameplay reasons. Any new class has to be sufficiently different in terms of gameplay to make it worthwhile. And I'm not sure that we could actually make anything sufficiently different in the gameplay style of a Shadow Hunter to make it, you know, valid, if that makes any sense. I need... Let's see here. Oh, right, I've got it right here. Yes, that's right. My yak can swim. What? But no, we're gonna do this.
Shop, browse, smell.
So, yeah, that's it. I have to think about that. What? Okay, fine. I apparently can't transmog my gauntlets right now.
May your feet find good trails.
So yeah, we're going into a really large, ugly creature. It's okay, she's cool, but this is still pretty gross. This is really, really gross. So yeah, this is the inside of the creature. As you can see, there's actually stuff in here, and just, ugh. Her body appears even larger from the inside. Fascinating. Look, Worgen, I see man and orc chained up as slaves, mining the pearls, and I see the Naga holding the whip. Something must be done. What's this over here? That's her brain. I think it's a she. By the way, this blue into green thing was kind of a cool thing that they had in Kata. This job is well suited to you, Darun. I must attend to matters outside.
Greetings,
Lorerun entrust this task to me? Oh, very well. Let's see what we can learn from the Ancient One. I can't believe that Nespira would willingly allow these Naga to take residence inside her shell. As I see it, one of two things has happened. They have convinced her to willingly join their cause, or they have weakened her to a point where she cannot fight back. Either one is bad. Here in this chamber, I should be able to communicate directly with Nespira. Let us find for ourselves. Speak to me when you are prepared.
We shall meet again.
Spirit of life, lend me your aid. Grant me the clarity to speak with this creature. Nothing's happening. Something's preventing me from speaking with her. You know, that's literally the creature's brain right there. I just feel like pointing that out.
The winds guide you.
That didn't go well. For some reason, the beast won't speak back to me. If only Aronach had not left us, he would know what to do.
May the eternal sun
This creature,
shine upon
she is
you.
quite old and very wise.
Go in peace.
What? Oh, the other player. The players. I'm gonna go step around on her brain a bit. Hey, talk to us. Talk to us. Hey. Nothing? Okay, whatever. I tried my best.
Peace, friend.
Yeah. It'll take some time to break through this barrier and communicate. In the meantime, you can save some of the men the Naga have enslaved.
Ancestors watch.
I may be unable to communicate directly with the beast, Nespira, but I can still feel some things indirectly. For example, I clearly sense she is not happy about the Naga's presence here. When we first entered her body, I saw dozens of sentinels and enchantresses patrolling the central chamber floor. Maybe some of the Ancient One's pain will be alleviated if you remove them. So, I know what your guys are asking. What is this thing? Don't know. I gotta be honest, I hate giving that answer. This is also not the first time I've given that answer. But it's true. I don't know. I do not know what this thing is. It has never actually been 100% nailed down as to what these creatures are. This is not the only one like this. There are several that we will encounter throughout this course of this zone, and there were going to be even more we were going to encounter in the future. Now, I can give you my best guess based on what we learn about them. So, best guesses, first, and my original guess, you know, what I used to assume back before I read Warcraft Chronicles, was that this was a... basically, it was literally just an animal that had grown over ridiculously long periods of time to become this massive bestial creature, which just kind of hangs out and does its own thing, and had formed a sort of a symbiosis with the surrounding creatures, okay? Nothing special, in other words.
You need something?
Yeah, get out. You're free! You have no idea what they put us through. Oh, I believe in someone. Now, having read Warcraft Chronicles and read a few more things, I actually have a completely different perspective on what these things are. I think these are Loa, wild gods. I think these are just like the other wild gods that physically manifest and you know, enter into the world as an actual physical creature, and therefore are big, strong, massive things. These are just wild gods of the sea, rather than wild gods of the land, because that makes a huge amount of sense to me. The idea that these things... Because we never see any wild gods of anything, or any Loa of anything other than, you know, of creatures of the land or the sky or other stuff that was normal. The idea that there are Loa specifically of the ocean, that there are Loa that exist beneath the waves and have a different type of life than the ones we've encountered, just makes a lot of sense to me, you know? So, that is my current theory. But as I prefaced this with, it is just a theory. Because we don't know. Yeah, we do know a few things they are not, as Netherzeem just pointed out. Hey, Norlex. Since these creatures were not willingly members of N'Zoth's aims. Oh yeah, by the way, you can actually rescue the Horde and Alliance members here, which I thought was a nice touch, that you can rescue the other side. Usually they wouldn't even let you do that, which pisses me off. Anyways. But yeah, so these are probably not N'Zoth minions, even if they are N'Zoth spawned. In a similar way, it doesn't necessarily make them good, but I point to Neptulon as a good example here. Neptulon is not a minion of N'Zoth, or the old gods in general. He was enslaved at one point in Thai history, just like the other elemental lords were, but he is not actually one of their minions. You follow the difference? So this could be a situation like that, unlikely though. Or this could literally just be a massive beast, or it could be something that was crafted by the Titans, or the Keepers, or God knows what else. There are actually several possibilities for what these things are. I have given you my best guess. So I hope that is sufficient for you. This is very Naga, though. The idea here is we take what we want and screw to hell with the rest, is pretty much the perspective there. See, whether or not I actually have... I tend to be a kind of a respectful individual. You know that. I mean, if you know anything about me, you know that's true. So, from my general mindset, the idea of enslaving a creature is horrifying. It's one of the worst things I can think of, right? That's possible, right? But what I mean by that is, even if I was like of the mindset, like if I was given a mission, if you will, it's like, okay, you have to go work together with this ancient creature to get its aid for our big plan. I would be like, okay, let's talk to it, see if we can negotiate with it, try and work together with it, you know, that kind of a thing. The Naga, it would never occur to them to do that. It's not in their mindset. The Naga see something they need and they just walk in and take it because they're Naga. Because that's how they operate.
The winds guide you.
Excellent work, Xylam, although I'm afraid I haven't been nearly as productive as you.
We shall meet again.
Really, Mind Blast? Can you sense it? If you have an ounce of shaman's blood in you, you must feel the sense of relief in the air. Nespira is pleased. Yeah, I'm a Death Knight.
Ancestors.
Everything in my body tells me Nespira is trying to speak with me, but I cannot hear her. Perhaps the Naga have done something to her voice. Her voice may be suppressed. That means we need to find a voice for her. I've got it! The Atacris have been known to train deep-seeker crabs as battle companions. Use this net. Capture one. Go, quick. All right, I'm going. No, we're referring to these creatures. We don't even have a term for these things, by the way. The thing we're inside right now. Nesperia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Oh, sorry. There we go. Ironically, I can't eat fish. Haven't been able to for ever since the surgery, so this is killing my appetite. All right.
Greetings, traveler.
I hope this works. My skills as a shaman are limited, and I fear this task may be too much for us. He looks at the crab and disguises a frown. It doesn't look very impressive, does it? A trained shaman has the ability to communicate with the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. What is not widely known is the presence of the 5th element, some red-haired girl. This element is not clearly described as the other 4, but has to do with the shared commonality between all living creatures. Funnily enough, this is actually mentioned in the Warcraft Chronicles book as the spirit element. My theory is that the crab, as a creature of the sea, is close enough to Nespira that with the elements coaxing, we can convince it to act as Nespira's mouthpiece.
May the eternal sun
Let's do it.
shine upon thee.
What's happening? Can you hear me? I can't see you, but I can sense your presence. I'll explain what I can. The Naga are suppressing my will. I can feel what they are doing, but I am powerless to act. They mine my pearls, carve my body, distort my mind. I can feel my will breaking strangers. They mean to use me for war. I will not be a tool of the Naga. I'll resist as long as I can, but I can't last forever. Please, someone stop them. The internal layout is a little bit convenient, but as she just pointed out, they're literally carving her body. So the way I have always interpreted that, pure interpretation, is that the inside of her didn't always look like this. That they basically carved out a home inside her to use her as a mobile battle fortress because that's what they want to use her for.
I've been expecting you.
I had assumed the Naga were only here for the pearls, but no, this makes much more sense. If they have Nespira's power under the control, the amount of damage the Naga could do would be catastrophic. Something must be done. Nespira's just informed me we are not the only people fighting in this shell. A small group of Alliance/Horde slaves has escaped and is currently fighting off the Naga on the other side of the shell. Go find them and see what aid you can lend them.
We shall meet again.
It would also explain why there's a convenient path to her brain. That is lit by torches, by the way. But again, that is just my interpretation. I don't actually know if that's the truth or not. Well, it is sort of Norlex, since, there, as I mentioned, there were going to be these creatures in the Abyssal Maw raid that was aborted, which we'll talk about later. Well, I'm sure there were some paths through her body, just, you know, this seems a little bit too constructed. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have imagined that before, so on. See, this is the weird, interesting thing about a creature like this. The kind of power a creature like Nespira has is probably immense. She could probably devastate like an entire city if she felt like it. Unless you got inside her, in which case she would be completely powerless and defenseless. And Taylor, hey, what's up?
Need help?
Xylom? Is that you? And so you tell him everything that's been happening. I see. So the creature wants our help waking it up. Is that it? With hundreds of slaves already being picking away at her pearls, the beast seems to be a pretty heavy sleeper. You might have better luck, though. My suggestion? Look around at the creature's flesh for signs of weakness. Maybe that weapon of yours will find a ticklish spot and force the beast to come to its senses.
Go with honor, friend.
How are you?
I honestly don't know how we survived this long. The Naga took me armor and weapons, left me with rags and a mining pick, and that snapped in half long ago. If we're to stand any hope of turning the tide, I'm going to need something to fight with, as will my companions, although they're too proud to admit it. Well, let's do it then.
Safe travels.
We don't know,
Open your
Darker.
heart to
There's
the
no term for them. Giant sea things. What the... Oh, you're one of the slaves. In my time in the peril pits, however short, made me curious about the Naga's goals. Yes, I know the Naga want to use Nespira as an engine of war, but if that's the case, why are they enslaving men to mine her pearls? Assuming we escaped this creature's hull, I would like very much to study these objects. The pearls we found in the pits were much too large to carry, but I've seen the warlords and prophets carrying around smaller ones.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
By the way, see the Nespira fluid all over the place? This is actually kind of relevant. In fact, this is sort of a plot point, because these things are her natural defense system. You'll notice that they're not actually doing anything right now, because they're being suppressed. So, the fact that that exists, the fact that she has this internal fluid thing, kind of makes me think that there was some original intention for... Like there was some parts of her that you could enter originally, you know what I mean? Like we were talking about Netherzeum. The fact that there might... I'm sure the Naga carved out some of this, but there was at least some air and some... takeable terrain, I don't know what to call that, inside of her, since otherwise there's not really a lot of reason for her to have an internal defense system, you know? God, they're getting a lot of these pearls. Look at those suckers. By the way, these are purloined pole arms. Hey, Spirit of Memory. We don't know, Darker. Is the genuine answer. We literally just talked about this. We don't know what these are called. We don't know what where they came from. We can guess, which is what Netherzeum and I have been talking back and forth about. Because we do have a few hints of details to the nature of these creatures, but that's it. We don't have any definitive answers. I'm kind of hopeful, yeah, right, that the Chronicles, one of the future Chronicles books will detail these things, because I'd really like to know what these things are. There's 3 of them we encounter throughout Vashj'ir, and there are going to be 2 more when we got to the Abyssal Maw. But if these are Old God creations, then they are actively rebelling against their masters. And while I could see some of the insectoid races doing that, Nerubians, this is more like a Naraki, and they have never rebelled against their creators, so I don't know. Well, that's true, this could have been another above-land construct. Or this could have, like Bragwin was talking about earlier, this could be something that was literally designed by the Titans to clean, there's really no better word for that, clean the ocean floor. Something extremely powerful but extremely patient that could slowly sift through things that aren't supposed to be there. That would also explain the internal defense system of those things. So, don't know. I do find myself fascinated by these creatures, I really do. Grossed out like crazy, but fascinated. Oh, by the way, one other thing I wanted to mention. There's such a thing as vertical level and horizontal level. Vertical level is your actual level. You level, and you gain more power because you're higher in level. Horizontal level is your levels haven't changed, but your power level is still going up because you're gear. You might ask why I'm bringing this up. It's effectively you getting more gear is basically you continuing to level to increase in power. But no, it's really, really easy to demonstrate that, and I just did, going throughout Vashj'ir. When we started off, I was literally wearing grays. I had no stats from any equipment whatsoever. And I had like 8,000 health and was barely hitting these things, and they were devastating me. Now that I have put my gear on, I have 23,500 health, and I'm almost one-shotting things, and they're not touching me. That is the difference between gear and no gear, and that's one of the things I point out, because not many people are aware of this, but your actual level doesn't actually have that much to do with your actual power level in World of Warcraft. It's almost all your gear. Some people wonder if that's a lore thing or not. I'm not sure what to make of that. But I thought I'd point it out. Damn it. I need one more. It's a one! I need one more! One frickin' more! There we go. Yay! Now, admittedly, that's not quite 100% true anymore, because they added a brand new mechanic. This completely brand new mechanic is, that is true in Arlex, is, if I am level 5, and I am fighting a level 5 creature, then nothing happens. If I'm fighting a level 4 creature, then I do more damage to it, and it does less damage to me. And that goes all the way down to an extreme. Like if I'm a level 100, fighting a level 1, the amount of damage I do to it is ridiculous. We can actually hit the 1,000,000 mark with that. But it goes the other way, too. If I'm a level 5 and there's something higher level than me, I do less damage. I point that out because that's really the only reason your level can actually matter more than it used to. Because literally your level scales how much damage and damage you do and take relative to the other enemies. Anyways, so.
What can I do for you?
In my youth, I was given some training in spear fighting. Stick them with the pointy end, I think it was. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just imagining what these will look like with bits of naga stuck to the end of them. Thank you. We'll put these to good use.
See you around. Light be with you.
Hopefully we made some progress. I'm not sure how to know when the creature wakes up, but something tells me it will be pretty obvious when it does.
Be careful.
Okay, Psychotic.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
The Naga must have some ulterior motive for the perils. If I had time to study them, I'm certain I could figure it out. Brilliant work. Now I just need you and Captain Taylor to get me out of here. I can handle the studies from there on.
Dionysaka.
Need help?
My men are flagging, Xylom. We won't last much longer against these Naga, I'm afraid. With the Ida Crest weapons and Nespira's pearls, we should be ready to bust out of here. Follow the wall to the southeast and look up for a ramp. I assume their leader's there, or maybe the key to her awaking. Or maybe both! Right, let's do it then. Dun, 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 dun. I think that's this way. Well, I know what a weevil is. What's a terrakion? Terrakion. Livable. And so shall it remain forever, Noralax. Thus is the fate of all who meddle with the Lich King of Angmar. I went the wrong way. I thought he meant northwest. He meant southeast. Wow, I literally flip-flopped that. Whoops. You mean when they misuse it, Zoan? Like in South Barrens? Although I'm not sure South Barrens qualifies as a misuse, because it kind of emphasizes how they were, you know, screwed after the attack. But yeah, I have seen people who write force marched into a thing and have no idea what that actually means, and they're like, damn it. There's the Horde, by the way. For the Horde. Damn it, I really went the wrong way. No, forced march is a real thing. And it's really horrible. Like, it really is. Like, if you are a troop who has been is going through a forced march, yeah, you will probably take more damage from doing that than anything else. Seriously. Forced march. March! And then... Anyways. Aha! We have found the... I don't know what we found. We have found the Overseer, and Naga casting into one of the organs of the creature. That is so horrible. You're too late, fools. The Ancient One's will is broken. The process is nearly complete. Now you will watch as I complete the ritual and turn the beast against you. Hey, my sphere of protection! I needed that! Oh, you bastard. This is an elite, by the way. You could drag him into these things. Nespira, why do you turn against me? Yeah, that's a dumb question, buddy. Alright. Actually, I probably should go this way. You know, considering there was a brain down there, what is... Oh, this is... Is that the heart? Does this thing have two hearts? I have no idea. I'm not really big on biology, because biology is gross. And that's my reasoning. And I'm sticking to it. Robots for all! Especially you, Bragwin. Because, like, I always thought that thing in the middle was its heart, but what the hell do I know? I don't know. Can I attack the Hordes? No, I can't. Yay! I cannot attack the Horde, which by contrast also means I cannot attack the Alliance. I guess that's fair enough. Getting all the fluid pumping through this thing would require quite a bit of effort. In fact, based on the location, it looks like those two hearts are literally connected to each other, too. So, that's a thing. Another reason why I think this is at least partially carved out is those flaps of skin and flesh just kind of dangling there. You know what I mean? It just feels a little unnecessary, if not for the fact that that used to be connected to something.
What brings you here?
No need to bring me up to speed. Naspira has been narrating your adventures as they happened, and Captain Taylor has filled me in on the rest. Naspira says she is quite grateful, and that she has a small surprise for the Naga. Thanks to you and the Captain, Naspira has full control of her body, but the Naga don't know this yet. Once we make our escape, she will activate her biological defenses and destroy the Naga from within. Now make yourself ready, and I will tell her to begin the countdown.
Go in peace.
I am freed from the Naga's servitude, and my will is once again my own. My body is already starting to fight the Naga infection. Please, I ask you to get to safety before I unleash my wrath. You may leave now, friend. The Tauren's friend, Arunak, should be waiting outside with seahorses. In fact, he is here right now. We have secured the keep for us, Xylon. You are to come with me. Duarn, excellent work. Do not dally long within Naspira's shell. You know well the dangers posed by an angry demigod. Oh, worry not, Arunak. The Tauren will be safe. Now follow me. God, you're moving too fast for me. Come back. You notice how the Naga are just being destroyed by the living defense mechanism fluid there. Hang on, someone. I like how we move faster once we get underwater. Board the seahorse, friend. You'll probably not want to be near Naspira when she turns on the Naga. Nice, Brigman. So, describing a forced march is actually kind of difficult if you don't really get the full realities of what marching is like. I want you to imagine you have to march a few dozen miles, or a few hundred miles. Now I want you to imagine you're not allowed to rest while you're doing that. Do you know what fatigue, and disease, and chafing, and hunger, and God knows what else will do to you as you're being forced to march for hundreds of miles? Yeah. Anyways, as you can see, we finally seem to actually be gaining the upper hand against the Naga. We've actually defeated them, no less. We actually have a real victory. It's time to start turning the tide against the Naga threat. Captain Taylor.
King's honor, friend.
Appears I owe you my life yet again. Thank the light you found me before the shaman activated those biodefenses.
For the Alliance.
Many of the survivors made their way into the Glimmerdeep Gorge to help with the clam diving. We've been receiving reports of deliberate attacks from some kind of murlocs down there. The Admiral has to stay here as more men report in from the shell, so I'm having trouble convincing him to get any significant muscle to help the divers. If you'd be up for it, I'm certain they could use your help.
Go with honor, friend.
May the light embrace you.
Poor things, they're starving. We've matters to attend to, not the least of which the Naga. But first we need to get some food in these bellies. I'm not sure the Naga fed them in that shell. If anything, they're definitely worse their wear. Quite a few of the survivors have made their way to the gorge to the northwest. Join them, help them out with a bit of clam meat, and then we can get these survivors back on their feet.
Seek the path of the light.
So, there's a horde cave just south of here. Otherwise, we're both going to be interacting in this area. This used to be Vashj'ir. Yes, this is actually what the whole zone is actually named for. This city. Look at this, by the way. This is probably one of the only instances of what we get of us really getting shown a massive Night Elven city. Look at how huge this is. You're not even seeing all of it. You can see that there's a normal 3-story building down there just to give you a comparison for the rest of this place. So this is actually Vashj'ir, the city, right here. Yeah. Yeah, it's gargantuan. Brilliant, too. So you know how in Legion they're upping the render radius? And how I've talked about that several times? One of the very first places I plan to go is Vashj'ir, so I can see the full length and breadth of it. Because, yeah, it's gorgeous. Oh, over here, over here. I think. Should be, like, right over here. Question mark. There he is, there he is.
Greetings.
More help. Superb. We could certainly use it. That much is for certain. Look at the little oxygen tanks. Well, here to help with clam diving? Let's get to it. There are clams everywhere waiting to be dived.
Be careful.
Pleased to meet you.
I have an idea. A brilliant idea. Those clown-looking fish have developed a symbiotic defense relationship where they'll make a Pixar movie and everyone will love them forever. Having dismissed enemy disguising possibilities, I've uncovered a chemical attractor that lures the fish. I have a gyroscopic thermoscope extractor that I've brought down to take samples. Use it to extract the chemical extractor from the different enemies. This is actually kind of hard to say.
Alrighty then.
Technobabble. I would never be good in Star Trek. But yeah, you would think we get to see more of the full length and breadth and depth of the cities, but we don't. Some has argued that most of the ones above the waves have been just worn down by time and air and access to all the other things that the surface brings. So the only city we see more or less preserved is the one down here, which only took the initial shock of going down and then just creatures growing on it. The other thing, of course, is that Nazjatar is still there. I am referring, of course, to the Naga capital city and also the Night Elf capital city, which at this point is probably still is still being developed, has still been worked on and maintained in the last 10,000 years. So, I really, really would love to see what they come up with that, given what we see just here with Vashj'ir. Yeah, that would be Suramar, Eru. Which is also a raid. But yeah, it's there. So many clams. Look, you can take the pearls. We just want the meat. I gotta be honest, I do not like clam meat at all. Oh, okay. Got it. Don't want to get into those things. I'm pretty sure those would involve us being eaten. And I don't feel like getting eaten by a thing. I don't even know what it is. Seriously. At the very least, I want to know the name of the thing that's consuming me. Like a rancor. You know, you always know what a rancor is. Ugh, oysters. Ugh. No, thank you. First oyster I ever ate I bit into because I didn't know how you were supposed to eat them. It was unpleasant. Still don't like oysters, though. I don't have much to say about this particular area. So, as usual, if anybody has any Q&A questions, anything they want to talk about, anything they want to ask about, this would be an excellent time for that. I have not had escargot. I do not intend to have escargot. Oh my god. See, exactly, Mind Blast. Look, I just want to be like, look, who made you? And the creature's like, what do you mean? Were you made by the Titans, the old gods, or neither? I was made by neither. Okay, fine. Are you a Loa? What's a Loa? Oh my god. Terminology. That's an interesting question, Gnarlex. I'm not sure is the answer to that. One thing we have determined is that the faction of Naga loyal to Vash are a little bit different than your typical Ashara Naga. So if you're asking, do I think Vash and her Naga would have, given the opportunity, assist the Blood Elves, I would say absolutely. But that's not really what you're asking, so I don't think they would. They might have enslaved the Blood Elves, but I'm not sure they would have actually assisted them other than that. Vash, for all her weird character traits, is a surprisingly decent Naga when it comes to, at least for Naga, I should say. That's not exactly aiming high, but you get my point, right? She isn't the kind of Naga who would just walk up and say, well, you're mine now. Like, you know, like these Naga would, for example. You are... Wow, Raven. What if these creatures develop a case of deep-sea gigantism? Well, they die. Because gigantism is actually a really horrible thing in real life. Very unpleasant.
Hi, how are you?
Superb. Chemicals abound. My instantaneous chemical synthesizer is already pre-testing and prepared. Your deployment compound will be ready in the blink of an eye. Bam! Marvelous creation, if I do say so myself. Ready for deployment. Spray the clam divers with a bit of the chemical, and they will soon be accompanied by a protective aquatic companion.
Off and away!
Hey there.
Has your clam-laden frolic proved to be fruitful? Well done. This is an entirely unshameful amount of clams to have gathered.
For the Alliance.
So, speaking of desire, I would highly recommend you moderate deployment at chemical attractor to minimal applications. Large doses could result in undesirable effects. Oh, bull crap. Undesirable unity. Very desirable for the fish. Away! I'm just raising my eyebrow at you, Mind Blast.
What's on your mind?
This will make me feel a tad safer from the Murlocs.
I assist you?
Yes, I'm giving you all pets by chemically spraying you. To make you think that... To make the fish think that you're mama. Well, I admittedly did not know that, Darker. I still have no idea. Would be the answer. Thanks. I think. Look, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but was that absolutely necessary? Oh, here we go.
How are ya?
What the... Why are you attacking me?
You got my attention.
How may I help?
Okay, let's get the hell out of here. I mean, it's a fishy thing, so yeah. It also literally uses the Eyes of Cthulhu model for its eyes.
Can I help you?
Well done, my odorific associate. You are both swift and assiduous. If I do say myself, may your future be rampant with inspiration and opulence.
You have a great day now.
What can I do for you?
We have quite a stock of gathered clams to tote back to the cave. I was simply waiting for someone to do the toting. You've proved dangerous enough, sort. I highly expect such a fine meal will not pass uncontested by predators on the way, so I'd make it as swift as possible.
See you later.
I'm out. Peace. Actually, I want to go this way. I'm more used to doing this on the Horde than the Alliance, so I keep being like, oh, I want to go over there. Wait, no, I don't. Uh-oh. Shark! No, these are my clams. You can't have them. No, go. Run. It's actually funny, these banners, they literally just put these here because players kept getting lost as to where the caves were, or which cave was which. So they put them there to signify, hey, here's the Alliance cave.
What can I do for you?
Thank you for stepping up to take care of this Death Knight. I know there are a lot of concerns swarming us right now, but maintaining safety of the survivors is paramount.
Be careful.
Warm wishes to you.
You look to have come back with us with purpose. Was your trip successful? This is wonderful. I'll begin cooking out immediately. It's good to know that our many fears, starvation no longer need be one of them. I imagine the Admiral will have more work for you. Let me trouble you no further for a while.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Good day to you.
You can teach a soldier how to kill, but you can't teach him to want to kill. It's the one thing we don't have to worry about down here. Every single one of my boys can't wait to take a piece out of those Naga for what they did to us. I can't say I feel much different. We need to find a way to make contact with the surface. Before that, I'll make a bit of contact with the Naga. This cave is our only refuge. There's no help on the way. Whatever happens, this cave must remain safe or we're all going to die down here. We need a forward post to launch attacks from, something defensible. In the eastern portion of the ruins on the lowest level, scout the north end of the gardens, the passageway, and the cluster of buildings. Bring me any information you can.
Have a good one.
Our escape from the shell can't have gone unnoticed, but either the Naga or at these rooms weren't informed, or they don't consider us a threat. I don't intend to take that opportunity for granted. We strike now. I want you to slip into the lower level of the ruins to their west and take out as many of their patrols as you can. We cannot risk any of those patrols finding out our occupation in this cave. Make sure none escape.
See you later.
Well met.
I've taken the liberty of performing some preliminary scouting. The Naga may not be aware of our position, but they are not entirely unprepared for intruders. Beyond their patrols, they have set up magical sentry devices that will warn them of unwelcome agents. Fortunately, they seem to have sacrificed quality for quantity. There's definitely a window in which the devices can be disarmed before the alarms are answered.
Light bless you.
All right. Oop, beep, 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 beep. Who are you?
Elune be with you.
Look, Xylem, is it? I need your help. I know most everyone at this cave thinks that we're not in a position to be worrying about anything but our own hides, but I cannot dismiss my ancestors so readily. All I want from you while you're out in the city proper is to keep a watchful eye for any objects of significance. The statues interest me especially.
May the stars guide you.
I have to admit, this is kind of a unique opportunity here. Yes, she is darker, unfortunately. So is Kael'thas, but that didn't stop him the first time. Yeah, she's dead. I'll actually be right back, guys. Forgive me. I need a new drink. Hey, what's up? I'm back. How's it going? Sorry, I'm developing a bit of a headache, too. So I figured I'd grab a really quick something to eat. Be destroyed! Oh. Did that work? That worked. Death to the Naga. I admit I'm a little worried about the lore sharing of a lot of these later zones. See, here's my perspective. A lot of these later zones are a lot more fun to go through for me. Almost all of them, actually, from the old Kata stuff, but I don't have the same density of lore to them. You know what I mean? I don't have, you know, as much stuff to talk about the history and the people and all that fun stuff, because we've either already covered most of that, or the zone itself has so much stuff in it that I run out of things to talk about before we're done with it, which is another reason why we're going back to the pushing through quest as quickly as possible method of things. So, hopefully, this will not be boring, because I'd really feel bad if this was boring for you guys. I do love this area, though. Look at this. You can see what used to be the floor here, too. Look at that. Tiled floors with the silt having washed, for lack of a better term, over it over time. And the ruins of what used to be. Now, this is actually a nice touch. The statues of the people here are highly exaggerated. Hey, Gurion. And I like that. Because some people think this is what the old Keldor actually looked like, with ridiculously large ears and super buff stature and all that. I don't actually think that's the truth. I think these are statues that are designed to look super amazing in order to elevate how incredibly beatific they were. This is another good example of that. Exaggerative is what I'm trying to get across. So, for example, this is actually a statue of Lady Vash. Seriously. This monument stands testament to the benevolent leadership of our beloved matron I'm sorry, maybe this isn't Lady Vash. Matron Lestharia Vash. For 100 years, she ushered the people of her gleaming city, Vashj'ir, into an age of endless prosperity. May she and her daughter, the radiant Lady Vash, continue to light the way of our people into the darkest nights for 100 years to come. So, sorry, this is not actually Lady Vash's statue. My bad. This is Lady Vash's mother's statue. Naga can't be killed if they're not underwater. This is a statue of Queen Ashara. Let this statue stand in testament to our unending devotion to the venerable Queen Ashara. Notice it's basically the same model. Back. There's a couple others further south of here. Oh, really? Really? Here you! Yeah, I know, right? The High Priestess Cerilyn. Let this statue serve as an everlasting testament to High Priestess Cerilyn in the name of all she has done to nurture Quell Dormir Temple into a glowing beacon of faith. May her newfound service unto Queen Ashara herself shine as a testament to the potential of noble birth nurtured in our beloved Vashj'ir. You think human beings are bad about nobility and bloodlines and classism? You have not seen classism until you've seen how the Quell Durai did classism. Valerian. The High Ranger Valerian. In memory of the hallowed hero of Vashj'ir, the High Ranger Valerian. By life, he granted us beauty and tranquility by the streets to the streets of our exquisite city. By his death, he banished our fears and created long-lasting peace for our people. May his sacrifice never be forgotten. But yeah, the fact that Ashara's statue doesn't even have a description is really, really appropriate, I think. For the reasons already mentioned in chat. Oh god, whale shark! How did the Quell Durai do classism? Well, it's like this. let's imagine for a moment you are one of the high birth, the highborn, the nobility, etc. You are given everything. You are the most venerated person in the universe. You are owed everything. No one has any right to do anything, to say anything against you ever, because you are perfect in every way. If you are not, you are the exact opposite of that. You are actually expected to quite literally, if necessary, throw down your clothes onto the ground so that a highborn does not have to have their feet touch the common ground. They are basically an extremely severe version, extreme version of classism. So what is this? What did I just get here? An ancient, slightly cracked slab of stone with an immense number of inscriptions etched on all sides. You're unable to decipher the language, but the sheer amount of text and the semi-ornate nature of the stone suggests it might carry some significant value. It used to, Little Billy. Druids used to be able to go through here at ridiculous speeds. They nerfed it, though. Sorry. By the way, we've only seen about a third, two-thirds of the city so far. There's more of it to be seen in the future. This is a huge city, and I love it. Alright, let's go finish our scouting mission really quick. See, all that we just saw, all that area down there, that's just the gardens. The Sundering Kingarian. Yeah, so, you see this? All four of these continents used to be one continent, with that at the middle, and a lot of it was shoved down when that happened. In fact, the funny thing is, these are now further up than they used to be. The Shattering, which happened when the Cataclysm happened, shoved most of this entire area and island chain up above the sea floor. Oh, by the way, remember we were talking about pressure earlier? We are probably at least a mile below the surface now, if not more. Anyways. And then I steal Bragwin's dark chocolate. Nom nom nom.
Goddess bless you.
Thank you so much for taking this seriously. This is some of the first definitive proof that other members of the Voss family. Very interesting. I never even heard of the other two figures you mentioned until now. So much of our history was lost during the Sundering. It's exciting to have a chance at reclaiming some of it.
Asha Fela.
Hi, Jordan. Did you see the Admiral giving me dirty looks and decide to throw some sympathy my way? I've pretty much lost hope of making him understand that these ruins offer us some opportunity to salvage some usefulness out of this whole mess. I'd actually hoped you might turn up again. You seem like the only one I can rely on. Wait, what do you have right there? Brilliant. It'll take me a while to translate, but this is precisely the kind of find I was hoping for. There's no knowing if we'll make it out of this place, but if it comes down to it, I will find a way to float this to the surface in hopes it will someday be found. Thank you, Xylem.
Go in peace.
You are welcome.
Greetings.
Well done, Xylem. Just in time, too. The Admiral just started sending more men out. Strong sword arms, to be sure, but I doubt they possess quite the same awareness and finesse that you do. We're lucky to have you here when things went south.
Go with honor, friend.
Hey there.
Oh, this is good intel. You have a sharp eye, Death Knight. Sounds like the building tucked under the terrace at the far end will make a suitable forward command post. I'll send some men immediately to start defensive preparations.
Safe travels.
Slither, little Billy. Slither. Excellent work, Death Knight. I'll make some of our own patrols get out to make sure no more Naga get within sight of this cave. We should have the area secured within the hour. Guess what, guys? We're finally winning. Yay!
Kronakai Christor.
I sense a strong power calling to me from the ruins. Can you check on it?
Safe journey.
Well, technically I already saw it, but I can totally go check on it. Sorry, I'm really hungry. Ahem. The wave speaker was right. There's something here. All around you lie the remnants of a fierce battle. The Naga skeletons are no surprise, but the weapons and remains of their apparent opponent are somewhat more unexpected. Amidst the bones, you recognize a strangely prominent piece of metal jutting out from one of the skulls. It's right there, you see it? It's difficult to tell what sort of weapon it might have once been, but it stands out sufficiently to prompt you to retrieve it as evidence. Ah. I have to admit, I was pretty surprised to see the Vashj'ir down here, especially given what we know about them now.
You need something?
Yes, Death Knight. Interesting indeed. The remains you describe sound like the Sievreichel we encountered in Northrend, the Vashj'ir. I highly doubt we will be striking any alliances with their sort, no matter the cause. Still, this information may prove useful in the future. I'll think on it further if time permits. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
See you around.
As she's like, wait! Let me have a look at that shard, would you? I could feel its power radiating from the other side of the cave. It's almost as if the person it belonged to was really strong in lore.
Greetings, friend.
The shard you recovered looked to be of Naga origin. I'd hoped to find a strong focal point for a spell I've been working on that would allow us to glimpse into the recent past. I've enchanted the blade, but you'll have to take it to a place where we know its owner was. I want you to travel back to the site where you found it and use the blade. I'll prepare the enchantment right away.
Remain vigilant.
Let's do it. Wow. I'll go ahead and warn you something right now. These are some awesome quests, but they're unfinished. The story of this creature we're about to be seeing was actually going to be continued in a future patch and the raid content therewith. In fact, there's a couple of details I need to share with you about this really quick. Because it's finally become relevant. So, originally, this was going to continue into the Abyssal Maw. It was cancelled because of complaining. I've already explained this many, many times. There's one last thing I want to explain, though. In a manner of attempting to try and appease players, several people, including Ghostcrawler himself, actually said, look, everyone's making this big deal about it, but the Abyssal Maw was terrible. We cut it because it was terrible. I don't buy that. To be completely blunt, I think that's marketing and lingo speak for we're trying to dumb down. We're trying to make it look like we didn't do as bad of a thing as we did. Let me explain what I mean by this. That was supposed to come out the same patch that the Firelands patch did. Now, I don't know how many of you remember the Firelands patch, but it contained a fairly decent story side of thing in addition to the raid. Now, the raid itself was actually smaller than other raids were supposed to be. What is it, 7 bosses or something like that? Hang on, 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 bosses. I was right. Which was fairly small for the time. The whole reason being, the other bosses that were supposed to come out were the bosses that were coming out in the Abyssal Maw, to help balance that out. But the reason I mention this, even if the Abyssal Maw itself had been a lackluster raid, which I'm not sure I buy that either, by the way, I think the additional story content, both in the raid and in the lead-up to the raid, were going to be, you know, awesome and continue the story arc of this area. Because there are actually 2 plot threads that are just left dangling in the wind after the Vashj'ir section. One of which is the Battle Maiden, who was actually going to be in the Abyssal Maw, and the other is Neptulon, which we'll talk about in the future. I again mention this because the way it was just this terrible raid and that's why we canceled the thing was phrased is a type of lying where you aren't lying by lying, you're lying by omission. You're like, oh, well, look at this thing over here, and what I'm saying about this is totally true. And ignore this stuff over here. You see where I'm going with that? We'll see if we ever get to find out what the hell happened with Neptulon and with the Battle Maiden and with the Naga in general. We'll see. You know, fingers crossed and all that. But as I mentioned before, this is one of those other side quests. We get to see what it's like to be a Naga. And it's awesome.
I can hear the sound of your trident breaking from the gardens. The skulls of these Kvaldir are as strong as rock.
A single prong, hardly enough to stop me from slaughtering hundreds more.
Indeed, I doubt much would.
So, 2 immediate notes. First of all, you notice how the watery wavy effect is gone? So it's a nice way to kind of show exactly how this place looks to the Naga, because they see just fine underwater. Second of all, full animations for moving around underwater as a Naga are awesome. Also, they give the Naga this run buff, which makes it so this is much more tolerable. And full voice acting, and just this whole thing is pretty awesome, is all I'm trying to say. I don't have a Naga voice. This is like the only quest givers that are Nagas in the whole game, not counting the other one.
There's no shortage of Kvaldir to your slot.
You know what? I'm just going to do a normal voice. No, come back! Okay. There's no shortage of Kvaldir to slaughter. They're obviously still reeling from our assault. The city has been desolate so long, I doubt they were expecting any Naga to contest them here. Yep. There have been no reports yet of their leader. I'm sure that culling them further will force the coward to rear his head soon enough. Shall we continue? So, for a little bit of time perspective, this happened right after the city was lifted up by the latest earthquake. So this happens probably a month or 2 prior to when we get here. Because this is before the Alliance and Horde even started fighting over this area. Thanks, Javan. So you notice there's quite a few Kvaldir who have basically occupied this area. This was... Okay, so let's discuss what the Kvaldir are really quick. a little bit of a reminder, if you will. Also, we have a Yank. Hey, Formosan. So, the Kvaldir are the servants of Helya. Once upon a time, there was this bastard named Odin. And Odin was like, hey, I'm going to force all sorts of Vrykul into eternal servitude. And a lot of people said, whoa, dude, that's not cool. Why are you doing that? And so he said, oh, okay, well, I mean, if I can't force you into servitude, I'll just force you into servitude. So he, yes, they do, Meter Madeira. So he took Helya, one of the old original keepers, basically, and warped and twisted her into the very, very first Valkyr. And basically forced her to grab all of the souls of those Vrykul who were deemed worthy of dying in battle, and dragged them into the Halls of Valor, where they could train to become his new all-powerful army, blah, blah, blah. Fast forward a bit, Loken freed her from Odin, and Helya then went off under the ocean and crafted her own area. Hel, H-E-L, by the way. This is the Norse. Hel was this terrible, unpleasant place where she dragged the souls of the unworthy, and basically is plotting to go after Odin someday, because screw that guy. We're not sure the other aims Helya has yet, because I've been trying not to spoil too much of the future of Legion, but we do know that she has some kind of long-term plan. Now, all of the Kvaldir are the Vrykul who are specifically servants of Helya. They're the ones who have been grabbed by her, their souls pulled into, into hell, and then converted into this horrible, amalgamation of life, which is the Kvaldir. That's what the Kvaldir are, in brief summary.
Seems you're right. The broken trident serving you just fine. I suppose I don't get to see you claw anything to death today, after all. The revered lady has sent word for you. She awaits you at the far end of the temple gardens. If you feel the need to mention the heroic exploits of your faithful little brother, Agentis, please don't hold back. I won't take your admiration of me as a weakness. I'll hold you up no longer. The lady awaits.
Why wouldn't we be, Formosan? Seriously. Oh yeah, nice touch, by the way. Look at her trident. It's actually missing the piece. Isn't that neat that they actually bothered to do that? Ah, that I can answer very easily, Meter Madeira. The Kvaldir had actually claimed... Whoops, I went too far. The Kvaldir had actually claimed this location. So this was actually a Kvaldir settlement, for lack of a better terminology to use. Is that? Yeah, that's right. The Naga moved in very, very recently, as I mentioned just a couple of months ago. And so it's actually more accurate to say the Naga are trying to push the Kvaldir out. Which is funny, because the Naga are actually losing this fight, but we'll get to that later. Oh yeah, so this is a nice touch, by the way. Notice how the Lady Najjar is admiring the statue of Lady Vash's mother.
Ah, my battle maiden. You've come to me. The warrior caste whispers of nothing but your victories on the battlefield, and we've only just begun to assault the city. You have served me proud thus far. May the Queen favor you that you might continue to do more of the same. Fathom Lord Xinatar has sent word that the Kvaldir leader has shown himself.
By the way, this is the guy we killed earlier.
I would like you to make your way to him at the far end of the terrace above us. Kill any Kvaldir you stand in your way. We want the echoes of this defeat to ring in their minds, so they will not dare return to threaten our purpose here. Your devotion does not go unnoticed, my battle maiden. Go knowing you have my blessing.
Now I have a decent ability, not the best ability in the world. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
My lady, I have a request from the High Priestess I'm up to pass along to you. Many of the city's defenses remain from long before it sunk beneath the waves, and some of them are but a trivial task to reactivate, were it not for the countless Kvaldir in our way. We are told that you are to be fighting on Nar Shalosh Terrace. You would do my lady a great service if you would but touch some of the devices as you pass. Your noble blood should move more than sufficient to reactivate them.
And there's the priestess in question. One of the other things we learn about this, by the way... yeah, I know, it's weird, isn't it? As much as they are elitist bastards towards everything not Naga, they are surprisingly well kept when it comes to interacting with each other. Furthermore, we also learned that the Battle Maiden here in particular is of noble blood, which is something that is only valued because it matters to the enchantments that were made back when the Night Elves as a whole valued that. If you don't understand what I mean by that, the fact that we are of noble blood, and this is mentioned throughout the quest, is not why we are the Battle Maiden. It is not why we are this venerated warrior. The fact that we're an amazing warrior is why we're this venerated warrior. Now, there's actually another side of that, to be completely honest. Near as I can tell, based on the little tidbits and snippets we get of Naga society, they base their existence and their hierarchy on two things. Loyalty and devotion, duh, and a form of meritocracy. In other words, the Naga who tend to be the higher-ranking Naga tend to be the Naga who have actually proven themselves to deserve that worth, and or are loyal to the ones above them. Honestly, I would say the Naga haven't learned their lessons, at least not as an overall point, but I do find their culture fascinating. As Netherzine points out, the mere fact that they are so elitist, it makes so much sense for why they would react the same way that they are reacting to each other here. Yeah, exactly, Meter Madeira. The fact that we are this battle-hardened, awesome Naga is why we are so venerated amongst these people. It's our results that matter, if you're following me. And we'll see more of this as we go throughout these quests as the Battle Maiden. Some people, by the way, theorize that this is Lady Vash's daughter. I'm not sure what I think of that idea, but there are a couple of subtle hints towards that. First of all, the fact that we are of noble blood. Second of all, that the obvious connections between us and Lady Vash in general in the area. Or maybe Lady Vash's sister. Some kind of familial relation, either way. So you notice how we keep going faster and faster? The way that works out is the longer you spend out of combat, the faster you go. It's kind of a poor man's version of a mount, actually, because you can only go faster out of combat, which is kind of a neat touch, actually.
Ah, the Narshala wards are performing perfectly. I will inform the Mistress of Tides of your aid immediately. Thank you for your assistance, my lady.
So, this is the guy we killed earlier.
It's good for you to join me, Battle Maiden. The echoes of your combat graced your approach. It was a beautiful sound to behold. And then I leave you forever. The Kvaldir leader has shown his rotting, ugly face, but a short swim from here. Down this hall to our west. We kill him now, and the Kvaldir occupation of our beloved city shall be ended. Beware, Battle Maiden. He is no weakling. He has many Kvaldir at his command. Some Syracuse sea witches have been dispatched to weaken him during your attack, but they will be interrupted if you let any of his Kvaldir attack him. Show him no mercy, Battle Maiden.
You know what? I'm curious of something. Have any... Hang on a second. Apparently we have a name for the Battle Maiden, finally. Narjira is her name. Well, shoot. Looks like she is not appearing in Legion. At least, not yet. Pity. I need to get in that alpha. That sucks, King Bubble. If it makes you feel any better, I've had that problem like 3 times now over the last few years.
Vashj'ir never die. This city is ours!
Vashj'ir never die. Well, that's technically true. Because, you know, the Valkyr keep getting them back up. The Vashj'ir general crumbles to the ground, defeated. With this, the ruins of Vashj'ir have been claimed for the Lady Najjar. Her ultimate goal remains unclear, but it's certain the Naga came here with purpose. If you could continue, you're sure that the answer to defeating the Naga lie within this vision, but the Wave Speaker's magics are waning. You are losing your connection to the Battle Maiden. Welcome back, Xylom. That took longer than expected. Learn anything useful? So this is a really interesting and kind of horrifying side of things, by the way. Time actually passes while we're in the visions. That'll be relevant in a bit. But I mention that because isn't that kind of a horrifying thought? Like, imagine if you're, you know, in the middle of a vision that's so in-depth, so serious, that you are unaware of anything that's happening outside of the vision. And then when you wake up, you are at the mercy of whoever found you when you were having the vision, you know? It's just kind of a terrifying thought to me.
Blessings upon you.
A battle maiden? I've never heard of such a thing. The way you explain it, it sounds like the Naga forces are far greater in scope than the Admiral could have possibly realized. We might be able to learn more through the blade if we learn other locations where this battle maiden was present, but the information you give me makes me fear for the Admiral and his soldiers. I must warn them. The Admiral used the information you gathered to make a forward outpost in the terrace to the west. He's been preparing there for some kind of attack against the Naga. You should go to him immediately and inform him of the scope of what you've witnessed. Our force is small, and I fear our soldiers will charge in too recklessly.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Right. Alliance. Because, yeah. I was like, aren't we going to where the Horde encampment is? Because it's the encampment. So this is actually a really neat enchantment right here. See this airy barrier totem? Check this out. Tell me this isn't cool! I've actually done this kind of thing in Minecraft. I know that's a weird parallel, but you know what I mean. Like, you dig out a spot and they just make an air bubble underwater. But they actually did this in a way that doesn't break physics because, you know, earth magic and shamanistic magic and all that fun stuff. I just think this is a cool concept right here.
Good day to you.
Good to see you again, Death Knight. Almost thought we'd lost you to the Wave Speaker's fool errand. Did anything useful come of it? I see. The air you bring is grim. The news you bring is grim. But I was not entirely unprepared for such possibilities. Without any effective scouting of the Naga numbers, I knew our plan was risky. But that's why we established the forward post. Let me put it to you plainly. If we do not keep the Naga off balance, they will bring the fight to us. We do not have the structures or the men to mount a defense, so that's not an option. We need more time. Can you thin out their numbers to the south?
See you later.
You got it. Even better, Smash.
Well met.
Captain Taylor, excuse me. I overheard your conversation with the Admiral. I know what you're doing sounds insane, but we really don't have much choice. There are people back at that cave depending on us. I've stationed lookouts on the various ledges in the immediate area. They're burning ammo fast on the Naga scouts. Can you bring them more crossbow bolts? You know what? You'd think I would make fun of the fact that they're using crossbow bolts underwater, but at the same time, you know, harpoon kind of weapons. Kind of makes sense, actually.
My, you're a tall one.
Hello. Excuse me. Hello. I've been scrambling to prepare for the Admiral's assault. He's got high hopes and high plans to blow all kind of things sky high. Water high? Yeah, that would do. Blowing things high takes explosives. I don't have explosives. It's saddening. Very saddening. I've been properly inspired to improvise, though, and the solution has become apparent. The bulbs on the seaweed hanging from the ruins contain a surprisingly volatile gas. Oh, excellent.
Be seeing you.
Let's do it. Let's go get some gas. Explosive death. That's what I like to call this stuff. Let's get some more explosive death. Explosive kelp. I don't even want to think about how that came to be. Seriously, don't even want to think about it. Farewell, Javan. May the wind be at your back. And people think goblins are the only ones who love explosive. Paffa, I say. They have a taco what? What? Oh my god, they do have a Taco Bell down there. Hey, yeah, I'd like one of those new quesalupas. These things are good, by the way.
Greetings.
Yeah, have some ammo. Thanks. Where did we get the
You need
ammo?
something?
That's what I want to know. Where have we salvaged it from?
Hello.
Of course, this is one of the few times I really like this game for making sense. I'll explain more in a little bit, though. Don't want to talk about it just yet.
Help you?
I agree, Nicholas. Polearm weapons are awesome and a little underrepresented. Although my Death Knight uses not this character, my actual Death Knight uses a polearm transmog as her primary weapon. Because I can do that now. She's actually equipped with an axe. Yay for transmog restrictions being lifted. And soon I'll be able to play a Forsaken Druid wielding a polearm. It'll be just like Zootopia. You can do and be anything. Except for racism. And classism. And, well, you know the rest. Anyways.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
Damn it. But I just... No, I'm fine. Here, have more ammo. I know I just gave you ammo, but I'm running out of people to give ammo to.
What can I do for you? Greetings.
Okay. Let's go kill some Naga. Death to the Naga. Death to the Naga. Die! Die! Which polearm? I can tell you the exact polearm I use. It's really easy to find, actually. Because there's not that many of them. Whoops, those are staves. Polearm. There we go. Bet you I found it in like 2 pages. Oh! 3 pages. Wow, where is this thing? There it is! This thing right here. The Black Ice. This one up here. That's what I use as my Death Knight weapon. Took forever to get the damn thing to drop. Whatever. A one-hander can be transmogged into a one-hander. A two-hander can be transmogged into a two-hander. That's the rule. You can actually wander around with a staff if you felt like it. And if you don't understand why that's significant, scythes are staves. So, that's kind of cool. I have actually dual-wielded the scythes of Ahun on my warrior when she was Fury briefly. The Deathwing weapon. Well, it's this massive dragon that's not actually a dragon, really, anymore. So much as just a giant ball of rage and death and pain and agony. So, you know. Damn it, I meant to do that today. Oh, well, today's been kind of a hectic day. I was going to replay the Cataclysm video just because it's awesome, and I wanted to remind people of where we were at, story-wise.
Hey!
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Always in such a hurry. No time for innovation. What I wouldn't give to be in a lab again. Oh, you're brave indeed. I've seen you battling all manner of Naga, Murloc, Naga, and pointy-toothed fish, but that was nothing. The way you just sling those kelp bulbs into your arm is a whole new kind of fearless. Oh, you could have blown up any kind of second. You're my kind of organ.
You have a great day now.
Greetings.
You're perhaps the most dependable person I've ever met. I wish I had more than half my men as thorough as you. Yeah, but I need to wait now. I can't just do it in the middle of the zone.
What can I do for you?
More Naga are amassing to the south than reported, too, it seems. We have to move quickly, then.
Safe travels.
We have everything we need to begin the attack. If your claims were correct, you would do well to make sure you cling tightly to your mount as we make the attack. Anyone caught in the open water isn't likely to outswim a Naga. Fuddruckers, Peter. Kill as many as you can, and we make the attack run, and we'll rendezvous on the broken ledge of the terrace above the once we've expended our explosives. Hopefully, by that point, there'll be enough we can finish them off the old-fashioned way.
See you around.
Alright, let's do this. In case you missed all of that, what we're about to do is initiate a massive bombing run, desperate attack of doom. I'm kind of serious. We're literally like, okay, we are undermanned, understaffed, under-equipped, outmaneuvered, out-positioned, and out everything. So we're going to go raging through the enemy lines, bombing everything as we go to establish another forward camp to keep the enemy forces destabilized.
Need assistance? Off and away.
That's our goal right now. And this is actually very, very good tactics on behalf of the Admiral. It's a bit of a shame, really, because this is the only thing available to them. They are, as I mentioned, out everythinged. The only thing they can hope for is to constantly keep the Naga repositioning and moving and stabilizing around them in order to keep them off their, in order to keep them from counterattacking. Because try to keep in mind, guerrilla tactics aren't even viable here. Because this is the Naga's territory. In order to have guerrilla tactics, you have to be the person who knows the terrain better than the other person. Or better than the other force, you know what I mean. And, yeah, the Naga know this place way better than we do. Also, look at how many of them there are. They also have Warbringers here, which is the big armored guys. And what else we got? And lots of priestesses. And, yeah, they've basically completely reoccupied the entirety of this temple here. Which is gorgeous, by the way. So, yeah, there's really nothing else the Admiral could have done here. No, they told me... You know what, let's not go into that. More big guy. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Ah, I know that staff. Or that polearm, excuse me. It's a nice one, Nicholas. Yeah, like I said, the Naga out everything us here. And for once, I'm really not exaggerating. Keep in mind, by the way, again, in lore, the Horde and Alliance are both doing the same general tactic. I've often believed that the only reason they succeeded at all was because both of them were doing it. Not in coordination. I mean, just... The Alliance is over here trying to keep the Naga destabilized, and the Horde are over here trying to keep them destabilized. And like, come on, trying to keep them, you know, off balance. And that's one of the reasons why the Naga are losing, why we're actually winning this encounter. Speaking of which, I meant to do something. What are they called? There they are. We're just gonna pull this down here. What? Okay, fine. Die. Die, so I can turn into a Naga. It's important to me. Okay, fine, whatever. You did great up there. You devastated their ranks, but there's far more than we accounted for, and most of our men went down in the massive Naga. We need to hold this position as long as possible to buy them time. Hopefully they'll make it to the rendezvous. Vicious lout. They did a lot of damage with those spears. He winces as he clutches a wound on his side. We'll hold here as long as we can, till all the men make it. I need someone to see out their numbers, see how much damage we did. One of the biggest groups of them was around the corner of the northwest portion of the terrain. The other a bit farther north. Yeah, for some scouting.
Have a good one.
Meanwhile, Captain Taylor's here.
Light be with you.
Yeah, what Permia says is also correct. If not for the presence of the player characters, this would be a complete rout. This would have... They would have died almost immediately. But keep in mind, again, based on this is how this is working, in lore, we have at least 2 player characters here. One Horde, one Alliance. So we've got some decent force at our back. Oh, that was a disaster. Most of our men went down to the spears before making it anywhere near the rendezvous. We're only going to be able to hold this position for so long before the Naga overrun us. We need to get out there and salvage as many as we can. Do anything. Quick, hurry.
Careful.
Run. I got your back.
You need something? See you around.
Get out of here, quick. The Naga are coming. The Naga are coming. Hello, Ilian. 2 if by sea. 3 if by sea.
Be careful.
18 if by sea. Ah! Hey, Duke. Duke Duel. What's up? Did I ever get a corrupted Ashbringer? No, my guild never actually managed to get down the 4 horsemen back in the day. Good night, Darker. So I never actually got a hold of the old corrupted Ashbringer, to my grief. I have read the book live on stream, Thriller.
You need something? See you around.
Run.
Hey there. See you later.
Run. Yeah, let's not even count dailies of wiping out armies. Let's not go into that.
What can I do for you?
This is only by Kata, too. Alright, let's do our scouting mission. Okay, so there's roughly Infinity Naga on the western front. Okay. Okay. What do we got here? Let's see. There's roughly another Infinity over here. The assault looks like it did no damage at all. They're already back in formation. Yeah. I'm glad you liked it, Iliad. It was a little interesting going through it. By a little, I mean a lot. Oh, right. I'm going through the hallways. I always forget this. God, look at this city. Can you imagine what it would have been like to live here before it was underwater? The Naga priestesses are summoning a near-endless stream of reinforcements. Yes, that's right. They came here with an army, and they're summoning another one, straight from the depths of where the Naga actually come from, which is not here, as I've already mentioned. Yes, Thriller.
Need help?
Thank you, truly. We need to get these men moving forward as soon as possible. I'll meet you back at the forward post soon.
Go with honor, friend.
How are you?
Still so many? They must want something very important to come here in such numbers. I'll be honest with you, Xylon, because you deserve that. I don't know how much hope there is. We'll retreat shortly, but we won't be able to defend ourselves when they strike back. We won't have anywhere to run. We're out of options. I'm sorry. I should keep such thoughts to myself. Do me a favor and don't mention that to the men. I'll figure something out.
See you around.
Greetings, friend.
Look, I know this is asking a lot during a time like this, but I need you to tear you away from the defeat at the moment. I will tend to these soldiers. You'll need to find the location of the battle with the Kvaldir general to the west that you told me about. You should be able to glimpse more of their experiences from there. I have a strong feeling the key to defeating these Naga lies with the Battle Maiden. Also, it's a completely awesome quest chain, and you should totally encounter it. So, time for our second time as the Battle Maiden, whose name I've already forgotten. Hello?
The Kvaldir have been purged from the city. Now we can begin our preparations. Battle Maiden, I have a task that requires your attention.
I don't have her voice, sorry guys. Lady Serikas has begun preparations for the ritual of summoning, but the crucible of Vashj'ir has been stolen from us. The Kvaldir have surely taken it with them as they retreated to shallower waters.
Speak to the caste leaders to secure a war party, and then lead them in retrieving the artifact. I trust you, Battle Maiden, for you have never failed in any task I have given you. As I am revered to the Queen, so are you revered to me. Go with my blessings. Snakes for hair.
Anyways,
Once more, the Naga will rule the galaxy, and we will have peace.
Oh, wait, sorry.
I did not expect the city to be taken so quickly. It seems we'll have much time to prepare for the invasion. I am to hunt the Crucible of Nisharan. Do you have any warriors to assist me? You shall have your own reinforcements, Battle Maiden. I had already intended to collect Kvaldir to labor in Nespira, so your timing is opportune.
We didn't see any Kvaldir in there, though, did we? It is awesome, Nicholas.
The city's been routed. The Vashj'ir cry your name as a victory call. You've earned a lot of respect this day. I am to hunt the Crucible of Nisharan. Do you have any warriors to assist me? You'll have my best men. Do not worry, Battle Maiden. Return to us quickly. I am eager to begin hunting the Tide Hunter. I believe that qualifies as a dun-dun-dun. Summoning incantations have been prepared, but we were depending on the Crucible. The artifact must be recovered. I will send some of my priestesses to aid you. Find the artifact quickly so I can begin summoning our allies for the battle to come.
By the way, there's the whole garden without the water filter. Look at that. Look at it. God. I can't wait to see this place without the render radius turned down. Anyways,
Reinforcements have begun to circle the waters around the ledge, preparing for the attack. They await only your lead. I know that you, like our revered lady, have unfortunate streaks of mercy you succumb to at times. I would advise you against such kindness this day. The Kvaldir are proud. They will strike back if we do not cripple them completely. Kill all that you find. Sadly, I have the inglorious task of making sure none return to the city, so you can go have all the fun. I will cheer you on, though, of course.
This is our brother again, by the way, I want to stress. Our younger brother.
A revered lady has sent me to aid you in your task. She wants you to retrieve the stolen crucible. She grows impatient.
Yeah, that's great. Then let's just go.
Death to the Kvaldir. Death to the Kvaldir.
I have a great ability now, too, by the way. You might ask, well, what is it, Arsh? Well, I'll tell you. But that wasn't it, although that was close. No, I have a much, much better ability this time. I'll demonstrate really quick. Ahem, die. I basically have Blade Storm in relative equivalent. By the way, her regular attack is a cleave. As a fun aside, if you think about all of the Battle Maiden's abilities, you can kind of see how she would be a raid boss. Her default attack automatically cleaves. So there's something that you have to deal with, probably stacking the tanks up or something like that. She has a yank, which she can use pretty much at will to drag anyone to her. She has a charge, which hits like a truck when it goes through it. And she has a blade storm. So it sounds a lot like a positioning fight to me, you know? But then again, we will never know. Ever. Ever, ever, ever.
Death to the Kvaldir. To the living. sea, air, surface. Death to the surface dwellers.
Yeah, kind of, Meter Major. I do have that from Hakar, yes, Duke Duel. I never got the one from Archaeology, and I probably never will. It was rare as crap. I literally tried for a couple of months, no exaggeration, to get that from Archaeology. Never got it.
The high shaman in the buildings nearby are chanting and taunting, but not daring to approach me. These Kvaldir find their courage and strength only in the mist. They are a pitiful nuisance beneath the waves. I came to bear a message. If your ladyship has the time, please bring a shaman to my feet that I may deliver this message to him and his people. Okay, I could probably manage that. Where's the shaman? Let's see. Shaman. Are you a shaman? No. I need a shaman. Shaman. There must be a shaman around here somewhere. See you around, Zawon. Remember, death to the Alliance! But not the dwarves, because they're too awesome. Hope to see you tomorrow when we do Hyjal. Because that's going to be awesome. We're probably going to be finishing Vashj'ir tomorrow, too. There's almost no way I'm going to be able to finish all of this today. We've still got another major quest hub left, and then the dungeon. The Crucible looks far too heavy to carry on your own, but more than enough Naga forces remain to take it to transport. By the way, I love this idea. So many times, as the player character, we just pick up stuff and drag it, you know, with us to wherever it is we're turning it into. This time, because we're Naga, we just mark it and clear the area around it, and some of our servitors bring it instead. I kind of like that idea. Not because I like having servitors, of course. The Lich King would never want that. Come here. Oh, come on. Come here. Are you a shaman? Are you a shaman? Ah, there you are, Mr. Shaman. Come here, boy. Come on. Come on, little guy. Come here. Come here. See this guy? He has a message for you. On your knees. Let this be a lesson to all Kvaldir. You are weak! Facing a Shara brings only death. My scythe is sated. Thank you, my lady. You are welcome. Yeah, Armor Pen, let's be honest, was a little overpowered. Notice that this is something like the 50th phase we've gone through, by the way. There's so many phases. Ugh, anyways. Not one slipped through to the bridge. Not one! It was very boring. I'd appreciate it if you shared a little next time. You have won well, my battle maiden. This crucible will serve as a font of power for our summoning ritual. With it, Syracuse will beckon our allies from the depths to bolster our swelling forces. With every day, more warriors arrive at Ashar's command. Soon Neptulon the Tidehunter will hear of our preparations, but too late to stop what we have set in motion. Our numbers will be too great, our allies too powerful. Victory is only a matter of time. In Ashar's name. Just gonna leave me over here?
Okay, I'm okay with that. So, let's do that. Quick thing to mention here. Why are the Naga so intent on capturing Neptulon? I'll go ahead and answer for you. We have no idea. I mean, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But they never really went into the details of their motivations. We know that there's probably something to do with corruption and probably something to do with a few other things. But, yeah, that was about it. So we're supposed to wake up from the vision here. So let's just pretend we woke up here. Well, we're here. And there's 2 of the volunteers and the shaman, who are literally watching over us. Remember, time passes while we're in the vision. So we lost those minutes that we were in the vision.
May the light
Oh,
embrace
you're
you.
finished just in time. I didn't think we could hold them off any longer. An artifact? Could this be something we use against the Naga? I suppose that would require finding it. We need to attend to more pressing matters until an opportunity to pursue this presents itself. You'll have to catch me up more on later. Right now we need to get out of here before more Naga push in. Make your way to the forward post. Take my seahorse. Hurry!
Safe journey.
Yeah, so basically we've been fighting... They've been fighting off the Naga as I've been there, like, in the vision this whole time. So, one of the things I really want to give praise to Vashj'ir for is, so often we're in that situation where we're desperate and we're broken, and we're in a circumstance where logic shows that we should lose. You know what I mean? But because of gameplay mechanics and the segregation of gameplay and story, we win, because we can just keep pushing forever, and ammo isn't an issue and all that fun stuff. Well, they attacked while you were gone. The Admiral didn't make it. The rest retreated, and you should do the same. So yeah, we just lost. We lost the post that we had up on the platform. We lost our forward post, the one we were just at right now. The Admiral is now dead. And I praise that, because it makes perfect sense. We should be losing here. And we are! And I love it! I love it! It's like after... remember how we started off and we lost, and then we're like, and then we lost. And then we started to kind of recover a bit, and then we lost. And then it's like, okay, from that point on, there was a fairly decent period of us actually pushing back against the Naga. And they do this wonderfully. For like a good 40% of the zone, you start winning. And you're actually pushing back the Naga. And you save Nespira. And you help the area. And you bomb the Naga forces. And you learn all these details. And it feels like you're building up to a win again. And then you lose again. And you are once again pushed back into this cave. Because you lost.
What can I do for you?
Oh, you made it. After the attack on the forward post, I thought we might about to be the only ones left. I'm very glad to see you. Jorlin and Hexascrub left to find a way to contact help. The trade lades aren't too far, so they might have some kind of chance of success. But I'm worried to let anyone get their hopes up. In truth, we don't have any other options. We're not going to last long here. The Naga will find us eventually, and... well, you saw how many of them there were. You should go. Quick, I'll keep everyone here as safe as long as I can.
Be careful.
Yeah, I will go ahead and spoil something. Our victory here, that we're about to have in just a couple of quests, is actually just us escaping. Fleeing for our lives. That's our victory. Later on, we'll come back to finish the zone. I think I'll probably do that tomorrow based on the time. And when we come back to finish the zone, maybe not, we don't actually win. In fact, what actually happens is we lose. It's kind of a trend. Yeah, exactly. We are in every single way losing here. So I love it because it makes sense. If we were winning here, it would just be another WoW quest. It would just be another typical MMO, RPG in general, just another RPG quest. Yeah, okay, sure, we're outnumbered and outgunned. We got this. I love the fact that they actually have us losing here. Because we should be.
Hey!
Impeccable timing. Like clockwork. Trouble comes, you come. Save the day. Clockwork. We've devised our brilliant plan. Gloriously simple, barring the hostility of local life. Simpler yet with you available.
Alrighty then.
So we need to do a bunch of stuff. We need to grab all these quests.
Off and away.
Greetings.
There we go.
For the Alliance.
Hexascrub came out here with a balloon of some sort that he retrieved from one of our ships. He tried to float it to the top, but the muck-skid scroungers came out of nowhere and swarmed the thing. He's got an idea for another balloon, but we need to make sure the past doesn't repeat itself. I need you to kill off those gill goblins. Or at the very least enough of them to make them wary of us. Survival kits never have any rope. It makes no sense. No sense at all. I bet the Kvaldir have rope. They're always riding around in boats, tying knots, dressing in nets. Go take some rope for them. I must have it for our plan to work. Absolutely must. We must always come prepared. Prepared with gear, prepared with plans, prepared with gear plans. All of the ships in our Alliance fleet stow a survival kit. A lot of tools came from a survival kit. My balloon came from a survival kit. But now it's gone, and I need another survival kit. There's a ship to the southeast-ish. Let's hope their survivors were dumb and didn't take the survival kit. More survival kit for us! Yay! I'm not sure, Formosan. It's a good question. We do know for a fact that both the Satyrs and the Naga are going to be enemies to us, the player characters in Burning Legion, so it's not too out of bounds to say they might be coordinating with each other at behest of their Legion masters. Also, the fact that the Naga are an enemy of ours in Legion is really head-scratching to me. Because the Naga aren't actually loyal to the Legion anymore. Or are they? But seriously, I do find myself wondering about that. Did I get Sulfuros? Yes. Thunder Fury? Yep. Warglaves? Yep. Shadowmourne? Yep. All of the above. Except one of those was in Wrath, but yes. I am also working on the daggers. I also have the staff, not Atish. I have the one from the Firelands. And, I guess that's it. I haven't even started working on... I obviously never got the mace from Ulduar. I did get it for a friend of mine, though. Possibly Formosan. I think, we'll see, another interesting thing, though, and this is really head-scratching. So... The, oops, I didn't kill enough. The, how do I put this? Xavius is a satyr. He's the first satyr, right? Everyone's on board with this. So, he is loyal to the Legion because, yeah, in fact, he is fanatically loyal to the Legion. You with me so far? So why is he the Nightmare Lord? Why is he the one in charge of the Emerald Nightmare? For those of you not aware, the Emerald Nightmare is an old god corruption of the Emerald Dream. The old god and the Legion, last I checked, were not on the same side. So, what changed? The funny thing is that's still true. In the expansion, the Burning Legion, the one that's coming out soon, we will actually be going into the Emerald Nightmare to fight Xavius, a satyr who is in the Nightmare. So, old gods and Legion and yeah, we'll see. Very curious.
Can I help you?
A whole box of amazing. That's what it is. I need more amazing in my life. Oh, don't worry. I'll share. Let's see. Flare gun, balloon, no rope. Never any rope. Terribly impractical if you ask me. Rope should be mandatory.
You have a great day now.
The rope ties the whole plan together. This is great. I love it. It should work for... Ew, is this stuff braided with hair? Doesn't matter. Almost done.
Be seeing you.
Less skill goblins is good. I'm glad they're so primitive. I don't think I want to be dealing with a race of aquatic tech freaks right now.
Alrighty then.
It's done! I'm confident it will work, and I'm not a scrounger in sight to pop a hole in it this time. Fortuitous.
Jorlin already swam up to catch it. Swam up and stopped to wait for it. He said, you do the honors, though. Jorlin's nice like that. Go to the top with the balloon, take the flare gun, scan the enemy. If you see any, fire the flare. That's it. Yay!
Off and away.
Are you gonna do it? Wait, do I not get this as an alliance? I don't remember. I really don't. Hang on. That might be Formosan.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, come on! Okay, so there's this thing that a goblin does to you, where he literally just catapults you into the air. And I mean just absolutely flings you into the air. At ridiculous speeds. And you go flying so hard, you keep flying into the air, and then actually land back in the water, and it's awesome. Oh, fresh air. By the light, I missed it. We have some ships in sight just to the north. Fire the flare to get their attention. Alright, let me get the flare really quick. There we go. Hey, look at us! Hey! Hey, stop fighting the Horde for a second. Horde, stop fighting the Alliance for a second. There's no way they'll miss that. Cannon fire or not.
Can I help you?
Perfect. Okay. I'll probably send a skiff over, which may take a bit. I'll stay here to make contact. You need to return to the cave. Go, quick!
Be careful.
That could be Formosan. It could be. Whale shark. But yeah, the whole Xavius thing, honestly, I think there's two possible answers. Either they're retconning it, or they're tying together the Burning Legion and the Old Gods. I have Invincible Duke Tool. I have the Phoenix. I have a lot of super rare mounts, yes. There are a few I'm missing, though. I'm telling you guys, South Seas, Kul Tiras, N'Zoth, playable Naga. You can still get the Rivendare horse, yes.
King's honor, friend.
This is the best news I've heard in what seems like an eternity. We'll get the survivors moving over to the surface as soon as possible. Maybe we can forget this whole nightmare ever happened. Thank you, Xylom. I'm not sure there's anything I can do to repay you for everything you managed to accomplish in this ocean, but I'll try to find a way in the next expansion. You should consider meeting us at the ships later when you say your goodbyes to the Naga.
For the Alliance.
Yep, one last thing we need to do here.
Warm wishes to you.
What you told me of the Naga before has been plaguing my mind. What are these allies they're summoning? Do they really think they can defeat the Tidehunter? Escaping this cave brings a degree of relief, but your purpose here remains. I'm hoping you will be willing to seek answers from the Battle Maiden one last time. There's only one place I can think of where they would have taken the artifact. The temple atop the ruins. It's certain to be well guarded. Proceed carefully.
Seek the path of the light.
No. Ashol Darub is going to be like my dream expansion. Playable Nerubians. That would be so cool. Anyways. If you'll notice, we've all been doing stuff over here, by the way. We haven't even touched this zone yet. I mentioned that because you notice there's like that massive Naga army isn't here. That's because they've moved. They're all over here. The Naga forces are all present in that region now. Kind of fortunate for us, actually. There are some Naga here, but not the army. And I know that's funny because we just got crushed by what is effectively an army, but you know what I mean. Let's see if we can attune to the Battle Maiden. Thank God I can breathe underwater with this spell. Let's get into a corner here. The Kvaldir have returned to take the city back from us, Battle Maiden. They will need you outside. You carry with you the word and will of Our Lady. I might ask a favor of you. I need Fathom Caller Ashajra.
Bobface and my Tide Priestess to return so we can begin the ritual. Can you carry my will to them as such? You would find them spread amongst the temple terrace. Very well. I will acquiesce to this. My lady. Battle Maiden, find my honor guard upon the field of battle and relieve them of their foes. I need them to return to guard the priestesses immediately. I will hold the entrance. Be swift.
So do note this is interesting. The Naga's reaction to being attacked by an entire Kvaldir army is, stop fighting the Kvaldir and come summon. Now there's a couple possibilities of what that could mean. The first possibility is what most people probably assume, aka arrogance and stupidity. Sadly, that is not the case. They have something else in mind. I love how I keep getting in combat with things. What's this building? Ah, yes. We have a heal now, too. Which, again, raid ability. Drains life from everything in range. Which, once again, gets across that whole idea of a positioning fight. Excuse me. Okay. Now I have to relieve the honor guard. Damn it. Haven't I been relieving honor guards? No, I guess I haven't. I've been relieving the groups. My bad. I was relieving the wrong Naga. How silly of me. I should have been thinking like a Naga. It is not 100% confirmed, nor is anything about the Abyssal Maw. They have been surprisingly tight-lipped about the Abyssal Maw. If I could speak about that for a moment, by the way. Two possibilities for why that is. Possibility number one, damage control. They don't want players to get all excited about what they could have had, and never will. Logical, and indeed, that makes a lot of sense. Possibility number two, they're still hoping to hold on to those ideas to use sometime in the future. This is also very logical. In fact, actually, this also makes tons and tons of sense. Sometimes coming up with a new idea that you can't implement, one of the best things you can do is just hold on to it until you can implement it. I mean, hell, that's true for all forms of creative work. Writing, music. Option 3. Both. They are trying to do damage control, and they hope to use those ideas and assets in the future sometime. I like option 3 best. Oh, he's way over there. Nice, Meter Madeira. There's the Warbringer down there. I find myself wondering what the Naga think when they see the ruins of their own cities. Especially since several of the Naga probably recognize these cities. Or at least what they used to be. Hey. You. The time has come. I will finish shortly and meet the mistress at the temple. Thank you, Battle Maiden. One of the weird things about playing as a Naga here is they're all so polite to each other. Of course, we've already kind of talked about why that is, the sort of self-inclusive elitism thing, but still, they are very kind and polite, like I said, when dealing one with another. Just think, we could be playing this right now.
Well done, Battle Maiden. I will attend to the eastern bridge. I need you to enter the temple itself.
As you wish.
The Kvaldir have proven a greater threat than we anticipated, but our plans have not been hindered in the least.
As our allies arrive, we will have a force more than sufficient to usurp the Tidehunter. All that remains is to ensure the ritual of summoning is complete. We're to begin the ritual immediately, and you are to see we're not interrupted. Okay. So, one of the things I like about this, there's a concept in bad writing called as you know. For those of you not aware, it's like, as you know is if one person says to another person something that that other person already knows. Holy crap, why is this killing me? Why am I dying? Oh my god. Oh, jeez Louise. Let's heal up. Holy crap. Anyways, as you know is that concept. You know, as you know, this thing that you've already known. It's bad writing. It is bad writing. There's really no other way to talk about that. So what they do here is the exact opposite. At no point in time do they say, these are what our allies are, as you know, once we summon the blah blah blah, you know. Instead they just talk to each other as if they already know what's coming. Because they should. Because they already know it. So it's a nice touch, and it's a good way to prolong the suspense for the player, too. Give in, progress to leveling even more characters. Yes, Kay, I absolutely hate that. I'm sorry, War Widow. I try not to be decent. Well, okay, that's a total lie, but... Get over here! Ah, he's dead.
Kvaldir are pouring across the bridge! Battle Maiden! Lady Nazjar calls for you!
Coming. Gentus is taken at his word. The honor guard should be sufficient to see the rest of the ritual through. Get to the bridge to the east, quickly! Interesting idea, Uldrith. It also is kind of like an interesting idea of what we could bargain with them to convince them to join. Since that's not the most outlandish idea I've heard. Yeah, I know, okay. I decided just this once it was acceptable. My reasoning? Because screw you! Also, it's hard to get across the idea of sunken ruins without, you know... just having it be
forward! Hold the bridge!
Although you are the first person to complain about it, Kay. But I did think about that when I put it up. We will hold the bridge for the Dark Lady. I mean, just the lady. Just the lady.
Cut them down, Battle Maiden!
As you command, my lord and master. I like their backwards walk more than any other animation, by the way. This just looks cool. Looks like they put a lot of effort into making it look smooth, too.
You should have left this city to the waves!
Well, oh, hello. Big dude.
Your race is a disease upon the sea!
That's hard to argue, really. Funny fact, as you're playing this character, you're actually a bit of a glass cannon. Ah, looks like our allies are here. Do you see our allies? Those, for those of you not aware, are called Naraki, or Faceless Ones. They're evil. That is Azumat. Given that we know what Unzoth looks like now, Azumat probably makes a lot more sense, doesn't he? These guys now have a debuff called Dark Slaughter, Utterly Destroyed.
We are victorious! In Azara's name!
I could ask no more proficient a battle.
My battle maiden! Once again you have earned my respect, and the respect of all our people. You have surpassed your title. You are a battle maiden no longer. Take your new crown, Narjira, champion of Azara.
Meritocracy thing.
With the summoning complete, and the armies of Azara gathering for war, Neptulon the Tidehunter will soon fall. All the oceans shall be ours, and then we shall look beyond.
What you just heard is the closest thing to a motivation we get for them wanting to take out Neptulon. Basically the idea that they want to, you know, win the ocean, like the whole ocean. Look up N'Zoth Hearthstone, Nicholas. Oh, God damn it, not again. Yep. Hey, we dinged. Oh, crap, we dinged. I didn't even realize. Hang on. There's only one thing I want a picture of for my ding here. Underwater ding with Nishar. So yeah, that is Azumat, one of the creatures of N'Zoth. We already knew he was serving N'Zoth as long as the other, as well as the other Naraki here, but seeing the comparison between the two just helps cement it, I think.
Open your heart to the light.
Minions of the old gods. Two very potent forces have joined forces then. Their hope to defeat the Tidehunter may not be so foolish after all. Xylem, we cannot let that happen. If Ashara defeats the Tidehunter and takes the power for herself, I'm not sure any number of us could ever hope to oppose her on the seas. The first step is clear at least. We need to hunt down the fiend that destroyed our ships. Yeah. So, as I mentioned, all of that was before the ships even showed up. Azumat was specifically the creature, the Kraken, that actually sank all of those ships. How's their approach different? Well, one's evil and the other's evil. I trust you understand the difference. Captain Taylor and many of the other survivors have already made their way to the surface. I'm sure some are just looking to rid themselves of this place for good, but we still have work to do if we're going to stop the Naga from invading the plane of water. First, we must set eyes on the tentacled fiend that destroyed our ships when we first arrived. We don't want a repeat of that nightmare. Hexascrub left these behind. Oh!
May your days be
Yay!
long and your
I have the item. Okay, this is it, guys. This It's the greatest moment in the history of Vashj'ir. This is going to be amazing. Are you ready? These are called boom boots. Oh, they didn't work. Oh, there. Never mind. It's working. It's working. Keep in mind we started underwater when we started this ascent. Just keep that in mind. Like a mile underwater. Also, I'm pretty sure every single blood vessel in our entire body just popped like a balloon. Oh, in case you're wondering, if you use it on the surface. No, we're fine, Kay, we're fine. We actually hit the ceiling. That was what we hit there. The ceiling of the world. So there's nothing above that, so... Yeah, anyways. Just wanted to point that out. No, we're fine. We're fine. I'm sure King Bubble would agree. We were fine. For the Horde! Oh, wait, we're not Horde. We're not Horde. That should be a toy. I would use that all the time. Whee! So we have actually stopped shooting at each other. That's a good step. Let's see. That's the Intrepid. And this is a submarine. See that sucker? Hang on, let me get under the wave so you can really see the thing. I gotta be honest, I actually kind of like the Horde submarine better, but that's the Alliance submarine. So we have an air flight path.
Travels.
And a water flight path.
Need help?
Oh, you made it out. Good to see you. It's good to be out of the water a bit, and to have some resources at our disposal again. I'm sure many of our boys would give anything to turn around and head home after what we've been through. But we still have a grim task ahead. What about you? Want to stick it through to the end with us? I wouldn't blame you if you've had your fill.
Light bless you.
We've located the beast that destroyed our ships. It makes its lair in Darkbreak Cove, a giant underwater cavern bordering the abyss. This time, we're ready. The gnomes have been engineering a beauty for us back at Stormwind, and it's packing firepower that'll make the fiend wet itself. When the Pincher X2 pulls up to the dock, make your way on board. Help out however you can. We'll be right behind you. But alas, we don't have time to finish the zone, so now we'll be where we are breaking for the day. Tomorrow morning, we will go ahead and finish up Vashj'ir, and then do the beginning of Hyjal. So I will be seeing you guys tomorrow.